Evening. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to open this meeting. It's 6 o'clock. If we could have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Edwards?
Here.
Councilmember Higley?
Here.
Councilmember Kelly? Here. Vice Mayor Herod?
Here.
Mayor Mitchell?
Here. Thank you. And if you could all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, agenda is approved. Report on closed session. We did hold a closed session. The staff, the council did a annual review for our city manager and our city attorney, and no action was taken beyond that. So announcements and presentations. Corazon Healdsburg annual update with Marcy Flores. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Marcy Flores. I'm here to give the presentation on behalf of Corazon Healdsburg. Do we have it display or thank you on it, Rena? Gracias. All right, so let me move this a little. All right. Well, we'll give a little annual overview of Corazon Healdsburg and the different pillars. We have our Family Resource Center, our academic development, and our community engagement initiatives. So we'll begin with our Family Resource Center. Just this year alone, we have supported 893 households with over $109,000 in direct assistance, and 140 individuals participated in our financial wellness workshops and financial wellness fair with Redwood Credit Union. Some of them opening their bank accounts for the first time, and we provide a seed incentive just to open up those accounts. We had 20 computer literacy graduates that's funded by Comcast. And we have different partnerships that we've been working with, Legal Aid of Sonoma County, Immigration Legal Defense, IIBA, Immigration Institute of the Bay Area. And we now have weekly support for Immigration Council at Corazon, and we've already supported with over 150 individuals. As you can see in our needs breakdown, housing continues to be our #1 need in the community, followed by education, immigration, and employment and medical mental health support. Gracias. Here you'll see some pictures of our computer literacy program. We had a few graduates, as you saw, and they're there with their little ones. So we do provide childcare, and they get a certificate at the completion of the program. In our academic development pillar, we start from prenatal all the way through adult education. In the pictures you'll see here, we have some of our graduates. One of them who's holding up her San Diego State flag proudly, and we have a picture of a parent reading to her child in our bilingual reading program. We have had 64 participants in our prenatal education program called Mi Bebé y Yo, My Baby and Me. and that's where we support parents with all the education around their child's development at their early ages and the importance of, nutrition and support reading to your child early on and all of that. And we just started our support programs as well for moms and dads, which is a Spanish network that has been created this year. We had 29 Pasitos participants, and that's where we have a teacher come in and helps parents become the first teachers at home with their littles. And that program starts around 2 years old. And then we prepare, as we prepare those children in a school setting, we then provide support to the parent to apply for preschool, and we get them through the door that way. We have had 112 children in our childcare, and that includes the childcare that we support with for the Santa Rosa Junior College classes that are held on site, as well as any of the city initiatives that we work with, like anything around housing and the DEI work that we've done in the past. In all of our programs and workshops, we also provide free childcare. We've had 97 families in our bilingual reading program called Libros y Raíces, Books and Roots, and 13 parents graduated from Abriendo Puertas, which is a program where we support parents to become advocates for their children in education and in the school systems. We have 43 students in our first-gen college counseling program, and that's students from 9th through 12th grade who all attend Healdsburg High School. Go ahead. And here you'll see some pictures. This is a dad in the father support group in our prenatal education program, and a slide of our childcare. Littles getting educated there, and then our bilingual literacy program where we cultivate the love for reading at an early age so that families can build a library at home. And our first-gen college counseling program where we support students to get to four-year university of their choice. We support parents and students in this program, as well as all of our education programs. We always support the child, the youth, alongside with the parent, because we know the success of the child will depend on the support at home as well. Onto our community engagement initiatives. We have 2 promotoras that worked with us the past year, and these are community health workers who got into community support with outreach, with distributing information and resources. They've worked 880 hours thus far. $82,000 has been distributed to local artists to enhance art in Northern Sonoma County. We've had 60 unique volunteers just this year, and that equated to over 300 volunteer hours. We've shared over 8,000 flyers in community. Our door-to-door outreach is the most effective way to support our community and get information and resources out. And we've had 7 high school student interns that equated to 222 hours of work time with Corazon, which is really amazing. We have 3 more high school students from Healdsburg going to us in January. So we're really excited to have them start with us. And our community engagement and the work that we do is really built on the foundation of trusted relationships. And that leads to connected networks within neighbors, within the community as a whole, and provides access to participation and having voices at the tables when decisions are being made. And of course, natural leadership happens within this platform of trusted relationships. So we're really excited for the work that we've done and continue to do, especially with the city of Healdsburg. You'll see the picture is our comité, and they're highlighting their goals for the year. We have a picture at the bottom that has Mari and her child, and they're going over the Multicultural Center project and putting dots on the different areas that they would like to see built at that site. And here we have our monthly comité, so that we have a group of leaders that meet on a monthly basis. We have our volunteer network, and that's rooted in neighbors, supporting neighbors. Our promotoras, we have outreach, door-to-door outreach is our biggest connection. The participatory grant-making process that was funded by the Hewlett Foundation, and where we can invest in the arts in our community. And of course, you all know our beloved Dia de Muertos event that is shared here in Healdsburg. And internships is one of our growing programs that just kind of evolved and blossomed over the year. So we're really excited about. This is a picture of our comité. Recology came over. Ty connected us with them, and they each got a compost bin and learned about composting. A lot of the low-income neighborhoods don't have a compost bins, right? So this is a way to get information out and resources out to our community. We had 2 of our neighbor-to-neighbor members who worked with us over the year. And Augie, you'll see him around still, and Ellie as well out in community. They're the ones knocking on doors and getting those 8,000 flyers out in our community. And just this, this fall, we had an amazing partnership with True West, where we had the film Stitch out in the back lot at the community center. And this is something our community keeps asking for, is moments like this, moments that brought people together during like COVID and those times. And this is something that we had a great attendance and something that they asked for. So we're planning on doing 2 more next summer. True West is here. And then our Dia de Muertos as well. This is us at the altar buildings at the plaza. And of course, our partnerships are, we're stronger together in community and as an organization. And that's one of our staff members and one of your city members. And this is a picture of Pachangan art. It'll be our 3rd event next year. And this is where all of the recipients are celebrated who receive the art grants of up to $10,000 to really be able to cultivate traditions through art in our community, whether that's through dance, through murals, through music. And go ahead, Reina. And we'll see some of that in these next slides. We had Play Marimba come out. They were not a grant participant, but they really wanted to come out and play. And we have been able since to connect them with the school district. So they'll be starting this program there as well. And we were able to, this is one of our first-gen students, and she actually applied for the grant. She received it, and she wants to become a singer. So she was able to get her own sound system and microphone so that she can actually go out and start doing what she loves to do. And this is one of the programs that we now are fiscal sponsor for, called From Ashes to Rise. We Rise, and they're going out into school districts. They are now connected with Geyserville New Tech Academy, as well as Healdsburg High School. They just started their program there through healing circles. So that's facilitated by 3 amazing men who are from our community with just a rich lived experience, who are able to connect with these youth, and that the school has identified need that extra support and mentorship. And they had guitar lessons, and they did the healing circles after their guitar lessons, and they had about 20 graduates in that program. And looking ahead, as you all know, federal impacts and funding cuts, we're not the only ones, but this is impacting us. And the challenging economy, of course, the housing hurdles that we continue to see in our community here in Healdsburg, but also beyond. And next year, we're going to be really expanding our wellness programming so that we have community-led support healing workshops and classes that are facilitated by our community members who have been raising their hands and saying they want to do this, and we just need a platform. So we're going to be focusing on that next year. And believe it or not, it's our 10-year anniversary next year from the days we opened our doors, and probably our partnership too with the city and our annual Dia de Muertos as well. It'll be their 10-year anniversary. So thanks to you all, City Community Services team, Miss Taya, Mark and Matt and everybody, Garrett, everyone has just been incredible to make this 10 years a success for us. I only started about 7 years ago, but I am so happy to be part of this team and this community. And we just want to thank you for your partnership, because that's the only way we're going to be able to do this, continue to do this work that we do through this partnership with you all. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you for that, Marcy. Really appreciate it. Does council have any questions for Marcy while she's up here? Ariel?
Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. I think you mentioned when you're talking about the Family Resource Center that the number one issue that people come in to talk to you about is housing. Can you elaborate a little bit more on like what, that's a big umbrella, like what are specifically the challenges that people are facing about housing?
Yeah, there is, as we know, I mean, since I started here, it's like overcrowded housing here in Healdsburg, people living in garages. You have, you know, a 2-bedroom home and you have 15 people living in it. You have people who can't apply for housing here, no available units, and you have folks who, you know, are living in substandard conditions who are afraid to report anything to their landlord in fear that there's going to be consequences or retaliation, which we have seen before when that happens, and they're asked to leave. And of course, we connect them with legal services and all of that. But the main challenge is there's not enough affordable housing here, and there's already been overcrowding housing for years, and folks just don't have anywhere to go. And that's been our biggest one, as well as rent. We are paying a lot of rent in direct assistance and utilities. So a lot of folks are choosing between paying their rent or food. So we're able to connect them with food, and then electricity gets shut off because they need to pay their rent. And then, you know, it's just like a cycle, especially more when, you know, the majority of the folks that we work with are agriculture workers and folks in hospitality. So when the work is not here, they are automatically already living paycheck to paycheck. So that just exacerbates their situation. Just like when COVID hit and the fires hit, all of that just continues to become, you know, a burden on families to be able to afford to live here. Yeah.
And with I know, you know, we've successfully been able to get a lot of housing, upcoming housing development approved. So the new apartments that are nearly finished over in the North Village, the Burbank apartments, or we're breaking ground on some. So those will be a little ways away, but the groundbreaking next week at 155 Dry Creek Road for those, I think something like 58 more apartments. And then the apartments that are getting built behind near Montage and the Saggio Hills development, which is, I think there's like 50 or 60 in the first phase, and then the second phase has already started. So that'll be over 200 units of deed restricted, affordable workforce housing. What conversations are happening so far so that your clients who are experiencing these challenges with housing, that they're being connected or helping to be ready to apply? Do we have conversations happening around that, or what could we be doing differently to make sure that those residents, that we're able to be responsive to their housing challenges?
Yeah. I think the biggest thing right now is that, you know, we have the folks at Corazon to be able to support folks to apply. And I think that has been the biggest issue, is accessibility and the way that folks can actually apply, right? Like we saw that with the Randall, or now, what is it called? Not the Randall. Is it Randall now? Yeah. They changed the names. Those units, right? When the application wasn't available in Spanish, and everything was electronic, and there was, you know, nobody to speak to over the phone in Spanish, right, in their native language, and Corazon had to come in and like help fill the gap. And I think, you know, if we can avoid those types of situations that's going to be able to help people get into housing, and not be the last ones to apply because of the language barrier, and so for us, like we'll be there at the groundbreaking, of course, and we've just been waiting. As soon as like applications open up, as soon as the third Healdsburg Avenue ones opened up, we were helping families apply. So we have computers at our office. Folks can come in, and we help them apply, or they can sit at the computer, and then we can support them through that process. So for us, it's just making sure we have that communication with the folks who are opening up these applications. And we tried to do that early on with the other units, and it didn't work out the way we wanted to. But I think folks learn, and like we've talked to different folks at the city of Healdsburg, so that we could hopefully mitigate some of that moving forward. So, but we are helping folks apply for different housings like every day. Yeah, different opportunities. We saw the same thing in Windsor, where there's a lot of issues happening now. And so I think we've learned too in that process to make sure that folks know that they have to now move the bill in their name for like the utilities and all of that, where a lot of that was misinformation. Everything is provided, the contracts in Spanish, and they don't legally have to provide it in English, and they don't legally have to provide it in Spanish. So there's a lot of miscommunications with people who are signing their contracts for the first time. They're qualifying. This is their first time being in an apartment, and there is no information on the steps to take once they get into the unit, and oftentimes not knowing what they're signing because of the language barrier. So, and that's where we come in and we support through that process. So, yeah.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So 9 years and 10 years is going to be an amazing milestone. I really can't imagine what Healdsburg would be like without Corazon Healdsburg. So I'm super grateful for all the work you do and for your leadership specifically. But it really would be it'd really be hard to imagine where we would be without you right now. So I have a couple of questions for you. If resources were not an issue, I'd like to hear from you where you would like the organization to grow and what problems you'd like to address. So just putting the money issue aside for a moment, I just want to get your sense of where you'd like to take Corazon.
Yeah. Well, right now, where we're kind of taking it next year is a mental health and wellness. That's something that continues to be brought up in our community. And though housing is the biggest one, an issue, right? Like, I wish we could tackle that and like own property and like all of that, right? And be able to support families, just and having more resources like Reach for Home in our community to be able to do that type of work, it would be just amazing. And we know that through immigration, through housing, through food security, all of that, lack of access to education for some, it's in childcare, affordable childcare, all of that really hurts families emotionally, and to be able to be there for their families. And so often we're seeing families working day in, day out, and then they don't have that time with their families to spend. And so it takes an emotional toll and physical toll on families, where we're not able to take care of ourselves. So wellness is like, mental health is like our biggest one that we would like to focus on, because of all of these different, issues and needs in our community. So I would say housing, mental health, and then the other biggest one that we've been kind of, trying to invest more in is youth programming, and especially around our middle school or junior high kids and high school kids. We're seeing a lot of folks who, we're working with children who, they don't see an out. They don't see education as a form of that they're going to succeed in, and there is no other option for them. And it's really difficult when we don't have all of the resources to put into youth, because they are the ones coming back into our community and who we want to give back into our community, right? And instead, we're having conversations with the police department. We're having conversations with suicide prevention, because kids are going down these different paths, and how do we support the parent in that, and it, again, all of it is just tied to, so much of it is tied to wellness and the support that needs to be brought for youth and parents and just community in general.
Thank you. That's very helpful. One more question. You said you have $82,000 for artists, and I just wanted to know, is that related to the Pachanga grant recipients? Is that just that?
Yeah, we were able to
Interaction?
distribute that amount of money, and that is for the recipients, who received the $82,000. Yeah, and then this next year, we've already talked to Hewlett as well, and it looks like we're going to get that funding again come January. But we asked for more, fingers crossed, that we'll be able to do a little bit more in grant funding to our community. But it is a collective. We have an art collective, and they were meeting every month for a couple times a month to be able to put on Pachangan art. So it wasn't necessarily Corazon. It was our grant committee who was doing all of the ins and outs. They were the ones who created the rubric for the grant. They're the ones who decided how much to allocate per recipient, as well as who was able to be, the final recipient. So they were the ones who, again, it's like providing that space and platform for folks to be able to be in these positions that otherwise they would not be in. Everyone else who received this grant funding and had to do grant participatory making process, it was folks who were already sitting on commissions, it was council members, it was folks in admin at school districts, and ours was completely community members. Like, we made sure we had youth, we made sure we had elders, we made sure we had LGBTQ representation in there. So, and again, it's all community centered and community led in our lens, and it just shows in the way that we were able to, provide this grant to participants, and for them to be able to showcase that art at Pachangan Art. So it's an event for them to showcase, the work that we have invested in and that they've invested in.
Thank you. I really enjoyed that event last year, and look forward to the next one. And it's great to see that program is humming.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We hope to have it at the Foley Pavilion. It'd be nice to.
Excellent.
Start it off there. Anything else?
Okay,
Thank you.
appreciate that. And next up, our city manager reports.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few updates for you all this evening. First off, a few things from the fire department. Wanted to share that both today and also tomorrow, CAL FIRE is conducting some pile burns at the Fitch Mountain open space. This is nothing along the scale of the operations we had last month. And I'm not aware that it caused any concern or visible issues for the community. Looks like that's true. Nothing that hit my radar, but just wanted to make you all in the community aware that this is some cleanup work from some of the fuels management that's happened over the last several months, and there's a few piles remaining. So if you do get questions about any activity up there today or tomorrow, that's a managed pile burn by CAL FIRE. Wanted to share that, and a couple other fun things coming out of the fire department. They are working with the Healdsburg Food Pantry currently on a tour drive running through December 15th at the fire department. So there's information on their social media, and encourage people always to come by to the fire station and say hi, but certainly to come by and contribute to the toy drive. And the 20th annual Bucket Brigade blood drive is coming back to the fire station on January 7th. So encourage people to look out for that. I know our city council, among others, have been very good about showing up and donating blood. So wanted to share that with you and get that on your calendar. And then I think everybody knows, but just want to remind everybody that our big celebratory holiday weekend is upon us. So this Friday will be Merry Healdsburg. The event starts at the plaza at 5 o'clock. And around 6:30 will be the lighting of the tree. So we look forward to seeing everybody down there. The decorations have been slowly going in downtown, and as always, look really, really good. And then Sunday afternoon at the Villa will be our annual senior appreciation luncheon. I believe that's 1:30 on Sunday, and I know the council tends to show up to volunteer for that. So I'm letting you know, if you haven't seen, the theme is the Evergreen Ball. So plan your outfits accordingly. And I'm sure we'll have another great crowd. And the seniors have a blast at that event, and our community services team just always does a really awesome job putting on a special day for those seniors. As always, we'll have a full house. And also be providing deliveries to people who aren't able to attend in person. So for those who are attending, the seniors, or those who are volunteering, we look forward to seeing you then on Sunday afternoon. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have questions for the city manager? Not seeing anyone. Okay, so we'll move along to public comments on items on the consent calendar and non-agenda items. This time is set aside to receive comments from the public regarding matters of general interest not on the agenda, but related to city council business. Pursuant to the Brown Act, however, the city council cannot consider any issues or take action on any requests during this comment period. Do we have anyone who would like to make public comment? Please come up to the podium. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Healdsburg, a member of the board of Vamos North Bay. We overlap our schedule today, so we just want to be here to say thank you for all the support in the last 2 years with the Vamos al Tianguis program. We're expecting to extend and add more dates into our Vamos al Tianguis. We want to start from January to December, so we need your support. So hopefully we can have and host our first Tianguis at the Foley Community Center this January. Also, I want to advocate for the Guelaguetza. As you know, Vamos North Bay, it was a collaborator with Sol, with Rocio and the Guelaguetza, and we want to bring it back, but we wanted to have it at La Plaza. We know that that was an special event because it was the first time in Healdsburg that we host that event. It was well accepted. It was an amazing summer event. I know as a community we have been talking about how proud we are of our diversity and inclusion. So hopefully that is still happening, and we want to advocate for this Guelaguetza to be part of the signature events at the plaza. So also Rocio is here, I believe, and she wants to also send the same request. But thank you so much for all your support.
Thank you. I want to remind you, this is time set aside for non-agenda items, and the items you're talking about are on the agenda later, so.
We have to leave, but yes, I know.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry about that.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who want to speak on that same item? Welcome, come ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rocio Gonzalez, and I'm representing Oaxaca Tierra del Sol. And so I'm here today to request that the Guelaguetza Festival be held again in the Healdsburg Plaza. The Guelaguetza, it's a culturally diverse event. It features both indigenous and contemporary dances, and all the music is performed live. Participants came from all over California, South and North, and all these artists are independent. They don't make living from this. They all have other jobs to support themselves, and they dedicate their free time to staying connected to their roots and sharing their culture. So I know the city of Healdsburg always speaks about inclusion and culture and mental health. And here is the project that needs to represent all this. So I can describe the Guelaguetza because Guelaguetza is something that you feel and see through the music, the dance, the food, and the colors. I could go on for hours trying to convince you, but some of you already saw or heard what happened in Healdsburg Plaza last year. regarding the Guelaguetza. Some newspaper didn't know about it, didn't know to write about the event, but they tried. They were saved by the good pictures that they took. And I know that all you saw those pictures and videos. For all these reasons, I believe that culturally we deserve to be signature event and hold the Guelaguetza 2026 in the Healdsburg Plaza. And as Lisbeth say, so we are working together to put this event working, and we try to help the small businesses around the Sonoma County. So that's it. And I know we want to be considered for partnerships again. I don't know if this is possible. And I don't see the Guelaguetza in the agenda. That's what I bring this point to this time. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone who wants to speak on non-agenda items, please? Please come forward.
Hi there. My name is Scott, and I just want to kind of recap or rehash something that we talked about or you guys talked about at the last meeting. I know that Assistant City Manager Mitz put together a really good presentation for budget and things like that. There was one particular slide that popped out that I know you guys probably look at all the time, but it was different choices for revenue streams. It was interesting to me to see because, of course, I never get to look at that stuff. One of the things or two of the things that popped out was, of course, the hike in sales tax or transaction taxes, which could bring in a lot of revenue. I know that's a difficult one to sell across the board to voters. The other one they came across as being really successful was the real estate transfer tax. It kind of got shut down quickly just as we moved on because it would require the city of Healdsburg to become a charter city. I know that during that time, Councilperson Kelly's talked about taking that real estate transfer tax and using a model from other cities in the state where they've taken that tax down to nothing for certain transactions under, for instance, $1 million home sale, things like that, and then raised it up and made it scalable for the higher level sales, you know, the $5 million, the $8 million homes, which do happen here. It seemed, although, you know, I've done a little bit of talking around, $2.7 million was a number that was passed around. I know that that's not always going to be the case because the market changes, things go up and down, sales go up and down. But I would hate to see it not happen just because people are nervous about the charter city. So I looked into the charter city a bit and I learned a lot about it. It turns out that Assistant City Manager Mitz also was at St. Helena, who tried to pass that as a charter city. There's 121 charter cities in the state, so it's not that unusual. That's about 25% of the cities. Turns out that Healdsburg had it, a big discussion about it, probably in 2012, something like that. I hate to bring it up if it's a sore subject, but it doesn't seem that big of a challenge. Looking into it financially, it didn't look like a big challenge to make it happen. I know it's going to be a big lift, and city manager's office probably has too many things going on, but it might be something to reconsider. So I'm kind of just trying to keep that idea alive for the city council to possibly look into again or ask, you know, some further investigation be looked into, because I don't really know how it works. And I don't know that it'll help affordable housing by having a zero tax on the lower sales, but it might. And it might bring in a good revenue stream to hit some of those things like the roads and the other things that are popular repairs. Anyhow, thank you. In your inbox, you will find information that I put together about it. It was too long to bring in here, but good luck reading through it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Not seeing anyone come forward. I'll go ahead and close public comment. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second?
We have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Higley?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harrod?
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell?
Yes. Thank you. So that passes. And now we'll move on to public hearings. We have the 2025 California Fire Code and California Wildland Urban Interface, WUI, Code with local amendments. Fire Marshal Division Chief Lance McDonald. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Division Chief Fire Marshal Lance McDonald. Tonight, we're recommending an action to pass an ordinance by title only, waiving first reading of the text of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Healdsburg repealing ordinance number 1218 and adopting by reference the 2025 California Fire Code and the 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface Code, or WUI Code. And together we affirm our local amendments necessary due to Healdsburg's local climatic, geological, and topographical conditions. Next slide, please. So the background, the city adopts the fire code at the state's triennial cycle to remain consistent with the California Fire Code updates. The 2025 Fire Code and WUI Code include only minor changes reflecting the state's intent to maintain stability in local fire regulations. And Healdsburg ordinance reaffirms the local amendments based on our unique situation. And tonight's action completes the second reading and formal adoption of the 2025 California Fire Code, local amendments, as well as the WUI Code. So what's changing? Again, not very much is changing. We're adopting the 2025 California Fire Code and WUI Code. Our local amendments will remain largely unchanged. Minor updates include code sections, clarity, but for the most part, nothing dramatic has changed, and there's no impact on existing development standards or enforcement practices. And so some key considerations that this maintains alignment with the state requirements. It preserves our existing local authority in key hazard areas. It ensures consistent application of the fire and life safety standards, and we anticipate no fiscal impact or operational changes. Next slide, please. And so again, there's our recommended action. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you for that. Does council have questions? No. No questions, so I'll open it up to public comment. Do we have anyone who would like to comment on this item? Not seeing anyone come forward. I'll close public comment and entertain a motion.
A motion we adopt upon second reading and by title only, waiving further reading of the text and ordinance of the City Council of the City of Healdsburg, repeal ordinance number 1218 and adopt by reference the 2025 California Fire Code, Part 9, Title 24, and the 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface, WUI Code, Part 2.5, Title 24, together with reaffirm local amendments necessary due to Healdsburg's local climate, geological, and topographical conditions.
Second?
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Higley? Yes. Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harrod?
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so old business. We have addendum to memorandum of understanding with Magical Bridge Foundation, project manager Tom Campbell. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Next slide, please. The recommended action tonight is to adopt a resolution approving the Magical Bridge Foundation's fundraising framework as an addendum to the Memorandum of Understanding with Magical Bridge Foundation for feasibility and planning, fundraising, and schematic design work for a Magical Bridge playground at Badger Park, and authorizing the city manager to execute documents on behalf of the City Council. Next slide, please. Some background for you. In July 2019, the city launched a public process to develop a master plan for the redevelopment of Badger Park. Excuse me. In June of this year, City Council adopted its fiscal year 2025-2026 goals, which included prioritize the creation of an inclusive Magical Bridge playground for either Laura Fish Summersall Park or Badger Park. In September of this year, City Council approved a memorandum of understanding with Magical Bridge Foundation for feasibility and planning, fundraising, and schematic design work for a Magical Bridge playground at Badger Park. And in November, on November 3rd, 2025, last month, the City Council adopted the Mitigated Negative Declaration and the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program for the Badger Park Redevelopment Master Plan project and approved the final Badger Park Redevelopment Master Plan. Next slide, please. The Magical Bridge Foundation started feasibility and planning and fundraising work immediately upon execution of the MOU in September 2025. And the foundation has drafted a fundraising framework to demonstrate how its fundraising strategy for the Magical Bridge Playground at Badger Park aligns with the City of Healdsburg's existing park naming policy, which was approved in 2002. Next slide, please. This is a reminder with some information about the existing park naming policy. The City Council adopted the park naming policy in 2002 to create a uniform way to name existing and future park or recreation facilities. It has several objectives. Those include to ensure that naming and memorializing of public parks and recreation facilities will enhance the values and heritage of the City of Healdsburg and will be compatible with community interests. Naming public parks and recreation facilities so that they will be easily identified as to geographical location and or function, and to encourage the dedication of land or funds for public use by individuals and groups to provide recognition of their achievements or community contributions. Next slide, please. According to the policy, City Council has final authority in naming all public parks and recreation facilities within its jurisdiction. No park site or recreation facility will be named for a living person unless the site or facility has been donated by an individual or a substantial donation has been made by an individual or organization to acquire a park site or recreation facility. When appropriate, a park or recreation facility can be named in honor of a person when such person has been has made major contributions to the community, the country, or the field of park recreation and parks, and historical names may be considered when the name is appropriate to the site. Next slide, please. In addition, when a park site or recreation facility is carrying out a particular theme, that theme may be considered for the park or recreation facility name. Markers such as plaques, signs, etc., for the sole purpose of memorializing are not to be permitted in city parks or recreation facilities. The policy does allow naming items within a park, such as a tree, park furniture, a meadow, a room, etc., in recognition of donated funds. The criteria for naming includes service recognition or monetary and or material contribution. The policy gives the city's Parks and Recreation Commission the role of soliciting naming ideas and making a recommendation to the City Council. Next slide, please. The playground itself at Badger Park will be known as Magical Bridge Playground. The Magical Bridge Foundation has committed to bringing a list of the specific areas of the playground that will be named to the City Council for approval as the project moves forward. In past projects, the foundation has named specific areas of playgrounds after major donors and project champions. And the foundation's fundraising framework indicates an intention that all gifts of $300 or more will enjoy placement on a beautifully custom donor wall, which will celebrate the color palette selected by the community. All signage and donor recognition will be meticulously created to be as magical as can be and provided to city leadership for approval. Next slide, please. We have with us again tonight Olenka Villarreal. She's the founder and CEO of the Magical Bridge Foundation. She's going to walk through a few slides that outline her fundraising framework for the project.
Thank you so much, Tom, and good evening, everyone. So nice to be back. And I will keep this brief. And my charter today was to explain how are we going to raise the funds and what might some donor recognition look like once that becomes an active item for consideration. So next slide, please. So our fundraising goal is $2 million. And as of, well, just the other day, we have about a quarter of it raised, even though we're 2 months into this project. Next slide, please. So how are we going to raise the rest of the money? Next slide. These are going to go fast, sorry. Well, the first way is we will continue to benefit from great press. We did have a press release right when the project started. We've been in your Healdsburg Tribune, the Press Democrat, and next slide, please. This is just some examples of press that we've enjoyed, and this, of course, helps people learn that the project is happening, it's active, and we've enjoyed the recognition so far. Next slide. Just a couple of examples, the Press Democrat, and there's our good friend Emily and Aisley, who are on line listening with us, wonderful champions for the project. Next. And another way that we're going to be raising these funds is we have a lot of material available on the Magical Bridge landing page. For those that haven't been, please take a peek. You go to Magical Bridge and you'll see information specifically about the Healdsburg project. Next slide. There's also some marketing materials there available, downloadable. If you click, you can find the flyer specific to the project at Badger Park and all kinds of, those are models again, those two beautiful ladies that you'll see a lot of in Healdsburg. Next. We've got, of course, these are examples. I'm just sharing some of these examples of what we've had. We've had postcards around. We've had people place these in public places like your libraries and places that people might frequent, just so they know the project is happening. We are looking for support or information or just, you know, letting people know what is to come with a project like Magical Bridge there. Next one, please. We're doing some social media. This is courtesy, of course, Emily is doing a wonderful job keeping the community updated through Instagram. Next, please. And the community survey, which is on our website. And of course, this is my favorite. So far, we have actually more than 48 now. We have project ambassadors that are local people within your community that have offered to be helpful in allocating either interested donors, helping in any way that they possibly can, either at this time or after the playground is open. And so what that means is that these are local people that can be invited, trusted by those that may not know us. And it really is a wonderful way to create the momentum and the interest in this project. We've already had some wonderful meetings as a result of some introductions by the ambassadors. Next. And yeah, so this leads me to, you know, how we're going to find the money is really, a lot of it is, of course, because of your magical community, right? So we have some of these local individuals that have already started talking about benevolent corporate matches, and that's when a company offers to match donations that are made to a nonprofit. We've already had some speaking engagements from your local individuals, as well as we've had some speaking opportunities. Mary Healdsburg will be there, so please come and see us. We'll have a table, and really just can't wait to be there. And you know, parents and all kinds of different ways that we are enjoying meeting the community. And I really have seen a lot of enthusiasm around a project that's so uniting. You know, we all can agree that we want to find more places to connect together as a community. Next slide. And so that's, you know, how we really view a lot of this momentum building, personal introduction. So you'll notice the how can you help. So if anybody does have friends, businesses that you'd like us to speak with or connect with, please don't hesitate to reach out. Next. Now, okay, so the donor acknowledgement options, as was earlier mentioned by Tom, we do typically offer the ability to have this kind of a custom donor wall. This is just an example, and it ranges from the smaller tiles that will be placed to larger tiles. And again, this is usually something that we work with the community on so that it's aesthetically pleasing, and everybody feels good about the artistic component of it. It usually is something that's just a beautiful part of the playground. People love to take pictures of themselves next to it, and it's something very special. Next slide. This is an example, even though it's not a great picture, sorry, but it is an example of one of the many donor walls that we've done recently. This is for Santa Clara, and they chose this color palette. And, you know, we worked very diligently to make sure that we covered every name that we could that was part of the project. And so this is just one example in the entry plaza. Next slide. I just have a couple of images. This is another way that we also acknowledge our donors. This, for instance, is a kindness corner that features sayings and then different art pieces that also honor people that gave funds to the project as well. Next. It just shows you some examples. I'll just buzz through. This is in Redwood City, the entryway to the Redwood City Magical Bridge. And you'll notice underneath that archway, that is there's two panels on either side. We had about 800 different names on that donor wall. And then adjacent to it, you'll see the blue squares are the same donor names, but written in Braille. That was something they chose to have. And then also here, you'll see that bench. That's a buddy bench that's custom made. And there's a little plaque there that a donor wanted to put their name on that. So that's just another example of how we can honor people's requests for how they'd like to be celebrated. Next, please. Another way that is more for the significant donors, and I say significant, it's a range. It could be 100,000, it could be 500,000. It just depends on what the donor would like. But we typically have the different spaces allocated by the movement and the spinning and the swinging. And so sometimes a family may choose to put their name associated with the whole space. This is an example of the spin zone in Santa Clara that was sponsored by the Casey family. And so we usually have some signage there, and their name is featured prominently. Okay, next. And this is, you know, of course, some of the signage that comes with it. We talk about the magic of that particular space. And then again, the sponsor's name. This is Kaiser. Okay, next, please. And then I'm just going to share with you some images again. There's that bench that I mentioned. Then to the right is an inside view of our treehouse playhouse. And you see this is Magical Bakery. Sometimes that's the name of someone. It could be someone's bakery. Please go to the next slide. It's just sort of a way to show you that we are very flexible. Next. Oh, I guess we'll look at this for a little while. Okay, there we go. And so like this one was an area. Oops. Oh, okay. Anyway, so okay, this was an area sponsored by J. Paul. And so he didn't want his name very prominent. So we made it kind of fun and made it so that he had the wand repair. And then this is our wonderful board member who passed away recently, Lee Levy, and he sponsored all of our fountains. So he wanted this kind of signage, right? Levy, UE Magical Fountain, and he liked this design, and it was next to the fountain. I'm almost done. Next. And again, this, again, an inside, there's a young lady whose name is Avery, and she wanted to see her name in this way. So what I'm trying to show you is that we're very flexible, and we work with specifically donors that make more of a significant gift, and we try to understand what it is that's meaningful to them, and we work with them on that. So next. Oh, I think that's it. Okay, I think that was the last slide. So anyway, I'm happy to, of course, address and chat about anything that was of interest in that and answer any questions. But I hope what you get from my presentation is our enthusiasm for your community, our gratitude to be part of this community as we try to secure the funds. And just judging by the meetings that we've had so far and the enthusiasm, I'm sure that we will find success in locating the funds needed and then make it very aesthetically beautiful for everyone to be excited about.
Thanks, Olenka. So this amendment to the MOU would give the Magical Bridge Foundation the ability to continue their fundraising efforts consistent with these intentions. And the city maintains an assurance that the finalization of any naming or recognition will be conducted consistent with the park naming policy. Next slide, please. So our recommendation tonight, adopt a resolution approving the Magical Bridge Foundation's fundraising framework as an addendum to the Memorandum of Understanding with Magical Bridge Foundation for feasibility and planning, fundraising, and schematic design work for a Magical Bridge playground at Badger Park, and authorizing the city manager to execute documents on behalf of the city council. Olenka and I are available for questions if you have any.
Thank you both for that presentation. It's great, great photos. I don't know if you know, I'm from Palo Alto, and Mitchell Park is a place I used to hang out at. So I was looking at that on your website. So
I didn't know
it's
that. Now that
not
is a
owned
magical
by my
moment.
family.
Wow. Okay. Very
I wish
good.
it were, but no. Anyway, but I went to junior high down that way. So anyway,
Oh.
any questions from council? Councilmember Higley?
Yeah, my big one was making sure that it conforms to our policy, which it sounds like it does. And I did like on the spin zone, the zone acknowledgement options, I did like at the bottom of it, it does acknowledge the city of Santa Clara. So it's not just isolated to the donor, but it does acknowledge the fact that the city was contributed in some way. So not really any questions, but that did jump out that I think it's important, especially on these high dollar ones, that the city's also part of that.
No questions? No? I don't have any questions either, but so I'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. If anybody would like to comment on this item, please come forward to the podium. Not seeing anyone come forward. So do we have any more comments or questions from council, or would someone like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving the Magical Bridge Foundation's fundraising framework as an addendum to the Memorandum of Understanding with Magical Bridge Foundation for feasibility planning, fundraising, and schematic design work for a Magical Bridge playground at Padre Park, and authorizing the city manager to execute documents on behalf of the city council.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Higley?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harrod?
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Alenka. That was a great presentation. Appreciate it. And all your efforts.
Thank you. Well, you are now upgraded to I'll be calling you Magical Mayor, and I do look forward to seeing everybody on Friday at Mary Healdsburg. So thank you.
I like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 8B, the 2026 Master Calendar of Events and Requests for City Partnerships. Recreation Supervisor Matt Mildy. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Matt Mildy here, Events and Facility Supervisor with your Community Services Department. Next slide. We have a big recommended action today to approve the 2026 Master Calendar events for the Tianguis, Healdsburg Pride, and True West Film Festival. 4 events related to the film festival as sponsor events. We do have a request to defer a couple of events. First, the Healdsburg Museum did notify us over the weekend that they're withdrawing their request. They're opting to work with Community Services on celebrating the 50th birthday party of the Healdsburg Museum at a Tuesday concert this summer, instead of doing a larger event. However, with Hardison's 3 events during the Healdsburg Fashion Week, defer that request until funding and resource levels allow for under the fiscal year 2026-28 budget cycle, once those are known. And then the last is to deny the following requests for the North Bay Showtime Car Show Festival and the Boys and Girls Club Healdsburg Crush. They could still apply for a special event permit. It is important to note that contained in the staff report is a letter received under public comment for the Celtic concert to remain in the plaza, as well as a couple other events. Other events have either shared it via letter or with staff directly. But while the staff report doesn't specifically address the use of the plaza, staff's recommendations are directly in line with the current city policy and direction from City Council. At the November 3rd City Council meeting, Council provided support on the concept of only permitting signature events in the plaza, which are those that are city events, those longstanding events, and those that appeal to a broad demographic, such as Tuesdays in the Plaza, 4th of July, Dia de los Muertos, and Mary Healdsburg. Again, this is to assist in mitigating the impacts of the plaza and businesses, and to treat the Foley Pavilion and the investment that the community's made into it as the premier location for which majority of events occur. So I think that's kind of an important distinction that was not addressed in the staff report. And we'll talk a little bit more of these events as we go on. Next slide. Oh, you go, there you go, thank you. In December of 2023, the City Council adopted the updated policy for special events and city partnerships. And one of the objectives of that policy was to provide a comprehensive list annually to City Council for those events that were seeking city partnership for the upcoming year. Special event organizers that required city support could be through a number of ways, through a waiver or recology services, road closures, staff support, equipment, and the like could use this time to request, and City Council can make a determination on how you'd like to commit staff time and resources during the next year. Next slide. The categories of events kind of fall into three kind of different tiers. First is your city events. Those are ones that are planned and organized by your community services department or city staff. Tuesdays in Plaza, Mary Healdsburg, the St. Patrick's Day Parade. Next slide. Second tier is event partnerships, and this is what we'll be talking about primarily today. Those fall under kind of three subcategories. First is those that are sponsored events, and again, as a refresher, those are events that are the city will partner with on an event. However, it's more in supporting with fee waivers, less on on-site staff and equipment and the site. It's just a matter of allowing use of a space such as a park. The second is a collaborator. Second subcategory is a collaborator. Those are the majority of events that we partner with currently, but those are the ones where the city is a little bit more involved, where we help with the road closure, we help with fee waivers, recology, help with electricity and on-site support. And then the third is the co-organizer, and this kind of falls in the category you'd see of like a Dia de los Muertos or 4th of July celebration, where the city is a little bit more hands-on. In some cases, we're part of the planning process, sit in planning meetings, maybe do a debrief after the event. But we have a very visible presence at the event and provide a lot of resources and staff. Next slide. And then that third tier is our external events. These are events that could either be hosted by a nonprofit or an external organizer, but those that just fall under a standard special event permit, where the city just routes them through our standard permitting process. So Healdsburg Wine and Food, the Egg Scramble, Tour de Vine, and other bike rides that we have in town. Next slide. And then on November 3rd, 2025, just recently, City Council reviewed the proposed Phase 1 operational plan for the Foley Community Pavilion. This, among other things, City Council invites staff to proceed with a phased implementation of events until the operational budget is adopted, limit Healdsburg Plaza events to signature-only events, and incorporate pilot events into Phase 1 of the plan to evaluate the feasibility and to help inform Phase 2 of the plan. Next slide. And then just kind of a couple of details about, you'll see the in your packet is the 2026 master calendar events, which is basically, that is our recommendation. Basically what we did is carried over all the approvals from last year. And then what you're not going to find is events that do not require a special event permit, events that are under a formal use agreement, such as the farmer's market or prune packers. They're kind of indicated in the packet. I think it's on page 3 of attachment A, but they're not necessarily included as part of this recommendation process. And then anything with another formal agreements, such as use agreements or fee agreements, facility use agreements, those kinds of things that kind of come in time. And then with the Healdsburg Crush, Crush was not included in this year's recommendation. For the Crushes, number one is they don't meet the criteria under the special event policy. They have been granted a 1-year partnership on the condition that they, last year they were issued a 1-year partnership on the condition that if the Foley Pavilion wasn't ready to be utilized by them, that they could use the plaza. As it turned out, while the intention was for them to use the Foley Pavilion, come July, when it looked like the Foley Pavilion was not going to be ready for their event in October, we gave them permission to continue to use the plaza. So they can continue to basically have a venue for the event without having to worry about it, and they can plan accordingly. Now that the Foley Pavilion is available to them, the idea is that they would no longer need use of the approval of the plaza, as they do not qualify as a signature event. And I'll talk a little bit more about them as we continue. And then Vamos North Bay Tianguis markets, they were reclassified as a sponsor event under the staff's recommendation. Last year, they were classified as a collaborator, again, where the staff is providing things like recology servicing. Since they intend to move their events over to the Foley Pavilion, where restrooms are already provided, we're already going to have a staff member assigned for each of those events to provide the utility on them and trash. They kind of more now are starting to fall into the classification of a sponsor event, where we've been pretty hands-off historically with their events. Last year, they were approved for 8 events in the city hall, and we were it wasn't much time and effort that staff had to put into that. So, next slide. A couple other things to note is 4th of July celebration. Duck Dash is classified as co-organizer and a signature event per council's guidance. The Healdsburg Jazz Festival Juneteenth celebration is identified as a signature event. Also to City Council's guidance, again, they require, if you recall, they require a hefty lead time in their planning, have already made commitments. There is a conflict with the farmers market on their Saturday, so that we're kind of recommending a 1-year allowance for use of the plaza so they can fulfill those commitments, but they do intend to move that event to a Sunday at the Foley Pavilion in 2027. True West Film Festival is decreasing one of their movies and is not requesting a sponsorship of a partnership of a block party this year. However, they do have a request before you today. And then the Raven Performing Arts Theater is not requesting city partnership for the Shakespeare in the Park, as they've been working with another venue. Next slide. So going into a little bit more deeply into our few requests. First is the Tianguis requested by Vamos Healdsburg. As you recall, this historically happened in the City Hall parking lot. They're requesting 4 additional markets. The idea is that they want to hold 1 per month for 2026. And they aim to move that event to the Foley Family Community Pavilion. And again, it's music and crafts and food. And since no significant events or issues are reported, staff is supportive of adding this matter, their 4 additional markets to the master calendar of events under a sponsor partnership. But we are going to ask that they align their first market to coincide with the grand opening event, which we anticipate that community services will work with a lot of the partners that utilize the pavilion or will utilize the pavilion the next year, which is anticipated to occur in January or between January and March 2026. We'd like that to be a kind of a big kind of gathering of all those groups that are going to be utilizing the pavilion and a way to celebrate the facility. Next slide. Next up is Healdsburg Pride, which is requested by Professionals with Pride. They have requested a collaborator partnership. This is that second sub-tier, proposed for the Foley Family Community Pavilion on a Saturday in June. Their event would include live performances, music, vendors, LGBTQIA+ resources. Event is open to the public and free to attend. However, there is one kind of caveat to there. They have been considering a ticketed portion of the event to set up a tea dance to benefit Healdsburg GSA and likely to support some of the event costs, which after discussing with the organizers is in line with our special events policy, as we do allow some partnering on ticketed events. And then also just to clarify that this will not be a replacement for the Pride flag raising ceremony that will continue in June as typical. So our recommendation, provided this, is to add it to the special event master calendar of events, but as a sponsor partnership, meaning that the city would take a lessened role in basically providing space and working with the organizer just on the venue and less on the full amount of resources that we typically provide, still allowing the event to occur, but under a limited scope. Next slide. Next request is True West Film Festival for 4 events proposed at the Foley Family Community Pavilion and West Plaza Park. Both sites intend to have alcohol consumption with a partial fencing of West Plaza Park is anticipated. All events are ticketed, but anyone can purchase a ticket, and fundraising will be helped to cover event costs and support local education program. When we say local, we mean Healdsburg-based education programming. Our recommendation is to add it to the master calendar events and support them with their request of a sponsor partnership for those 4 events. Next slide. Next events is the Independence Car Show Festival, requested by North Bay Showtime. They're requesting a sponsor partnership for a 2,000-person event at the Abel de Luna Community Center. This is an anticipated fundraiser, which is basically a car show with a couple hundred vehicles, live music, dance performances, alcohol consumption. Event is free to the public and open. If for any reason the event is not granted a city partnership, the organizer would still be able to return to city council and make official council request. Under our special event policy, any event that's over 1,000 people requires approval of city council and to go into a formal agreement like we have with the Bloated Ramble and Wine and Food Experience due to the size of the event. But our recommendation is to deny the request as primarily the organizer does not meet the required criteria. The criteria required in our special event policy that meets for Healdsburg-based nonprofits. Basically, they are based in Rohnert Park, do not have a chartered chapter here or anything connecting them to Healdsburg. While we have had discussions with the organizer to encourage them to do some outreach, they have not provided us any additional information on that. So, but again, the organizer could still apply for a special event permit. Next slide. And you can, this one's been withdrawn, so we can go to the next slide. The next one we have is for the Healdsburg Crush requested by the Boys and Girls Club, Sonoma Marin. You're all familiar with this event, but they're requesting a sponsor a partnership for its wine tasting fundraiser, which has typically been held in the Healdsburg Plaza. They're requesting the plaza again under this request. This event has required fencing of plaza, which is a requirement of their ABC license and by our Healdsburg Police Department. Our staff recommendation is to deny this request primarily because it doesn't meet the criteria of our special event and how we partner with events. Alternatively, City Council could sponsor this event with conditions provided that they meet the requirements and fees under Phase 2 of the Pavilion Operational Plan. And we certainly encourage them and welcome them to use the pavilion. I mean, this is a little bit of a tricky one because prior to the special events policy update back in 2023, we would issue them a permit for use of the plaza. Once that policy went into effect, we basically said that, hey, only city events and city partnered events could make use of the plaza. Boys and Girls Club had been given special consideration considering their intention to move to the Foley Pavilion, which was not ready yet. So City Council has typically allowed them a sponsorship of the plaza for use of the space only. They still paid all the fees and everything associated with the event, but it allowed them that sponsorship so they could use the plaza. Now that the Foley Pavilion is going to be constructed in 2026, and it's the event does not necessarily fall into the criteria of a signature event, we have to look at that from kind of the policy standpoint and a recommended denial. But again, there are alternatives that City Council can make. But again, organizer could still apply for a special event permit to host at another site throughout Healdsburg, or once the Phase 2 of the operational plan, which would hopefully allow private events in the Foley Pavilion, that could also occur. Next slide. And the last request we have is for Healdsburg Fashion Week, which is requested by Hardisons. They're requesting a collaborator partnership for 3 events proposed at the Foley Pavilion. They're partnering with Healdsburg Fashion Week to spotlight regional designers and makers and hospitality partners, vintners. Events would include runway experiences and educational community programming, showcasing Healdsburg students. All events are ticketed, but anyone can purchase a ticket to attend, and fundraising raised will help support the event costs and local Healdsburg educational programming. At this time, staff's recommendation is just to defer the request again until funding and resource levels associated with the Foley Pavilion are known under the next budget cycle. And again, same as with the Healdsburg Crush, alternatively, City Council could could grant a sponsor partnership, provided that they meet the requirements of whatever fit what the phase 2 of the operational plan looks like. So next up, your events and facilities division has our work cut out for us. In addition to events and park permits and managing the day-to-day of the Abel Deluna Community Center, we'll be looking at ways that we're going to support the Foley Family Community Pavilion. We're going to do that by rolling out phase 1 of the operational plan. We need to work on developing a new farmers market agreement, begin the daily operations of that facility, finalize all those admin materials, the applications and policies that are specific from the operational plan to users, checklists, and those kinds of things. Coordinate any special event performance permits, facility use permits that come through. Start developing the phase 2 operational plan and incorporation of the pilot events. Next slide. Next slide. That's duplicate. Sorry about that. In addition to that, we'll be working on updating our insurance requirements just to kind of meet some needs. There's been a lot of changes in insurance through a lot of cities. Typically, we've been requiring about $1 million in general liability for insurance organizers. We're seeing a lot of other cities that have been increasing that, mostly due to rising costs over the past decade. Windsor, Roanoke Park, Sebastopol, Napa are all examples of cities that have raised their special event insurance general liability requirements to $2 million. We intend to follow suit and starting in 2026. We'll be working with Dia de los Muertos on they plan to do some increased programming for their 10th anniversary celebration of Dia de los Muertos. We're also, this year also marks the 250th anniversary of American independence. And so we'll be reaching out to the Rotary for ways that we can kind of enhance that celebration, since it will be on a Saturday this year, July 4th. And also Healdsburg Wine and Food Experience Grand Tasting will be coming up on their end of their 3-year agreement in West Plaza parking lot. And so we'll need to have discussions on what they intend to do with perhaps extending it, which we expect they will. A few updates that are not in your staff report. One is the Bloodroot Ramble has approached us about modifying their agreement that we'll need to work on probably early on in this year. They want to adjust their timing. That's already kind of written and approved for the Bloodroot Ramble to move it to a little bit later of a time. So we'll be having to look into that and prepare a staff report for that. And then the last update is a Recology support at Foley Family Community Pavilion. And this is an interesting one. This is kind of one of those things that just kind of pops up as you're kind of looking at planning for the future. And one of the things we came across was, so the city has an agreement, franchise agreement with Recology that allows for 40 event days a year for Recology to provide trash and waste servicing, human waste servicing at events. And one of the things that's going to be a challenge is that currently under the operational plan, we're trying to work with organizers to kind of treat the venue like you would really any other rental venue. Is that, you come into the site clean, you set up, you do your event, you clean up, and there's nothing kind of that lays over. No other equipment and those kinds of things. Recology is going to work a little bit interesting because under our agreement with Recology, they only do servicing during the weekday. In other words, they drop off for a weekend event, they drop off on Fridays, pick up on Monday. Now imagine a farmer's market, which will be there at the Foley Pavilion on a Saturday. They're going to be taking up the entire space, likely North Street as well, where if there's an event coming in after them, either on a Saturday or a Sunday, that requires additional servicing, additional trash, additional toilets. Where is that going to go? Where is that going to be staged? Is it going to go across the street? Is it going to go on North Street? Is it going to go on Grove Street? Is it going to go to City Hall parking lot? Are we going to provide it all? If we go to another organizer or require the event organizer to go through another organizer, that will come at a cost. And not all, we haven't found a servicing site that will provide a timed servicing, meaning if there's an event after the farmer's market, there's no organizer, waste management company that would be able to guarantee that things would be delivered immediately after at a given time. And so that's something we're gonna have to work out this next year, primarily as it relates to our agreement with Recology and providing that extra service should it be needed for those events that require it. And just want to provide you some update on that. So next slide. And with that, the recommended actions are before you. I'm happy to answer any question, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Matt. That's a great presentation. Appreciate it. Do we have questions from council? Ron?
Yeah, I know when we did this in 2023, we were concerned about it was the first year of a year schedule of people getting in ahead of their schedule. How is that working out? Are we still getting late requests, or are people or organizations aware of that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Thank you. I think organizations are pretty well aware. Overall, it's been a very positive change for us, mainly in kind of forcing people to plan ahead. We were certainly working at a time pre-2023 where requests would come in and we'd have to, momentum would be there, and it's hard to say no when you have a group of motivated community organizers that want to put on an event. It's all events are great things, and we try to make it happen, but it comes at a cost of letting things either planning things that need to happen and go into place. So overall, it does require a hefty bit of staff time in the fall to get all those requests. Once those requests are in, I'm constantly, there's a couple dozen organizers there that I'm having to reach out to really confirm exactly what they're asking, make sure it aligns with our policy, our municipal code, if they're going to have a ticket event, if they're going to have alcohol, and get as much information as we can so we have the most up-to-date information come today. And then we'll still continue to work with the organizer should dates change and those kinds of things. So like I said, it's makes it a little bit busier this time of year. However, it does make it a little smoother as you go into the year because you know what to expect. There's no surprises that come up that just takes us away from other events that we're committed to.
So I noticed that after last meeting was kind of the time that people needed to get things in, and we got most of the comments came in after the meeting, after our last council meeting on the 3rd. I noticed that most of the correspondence were from the 4th into December. And is there something that we can do differently so that they could get those to us prior to the meetings when we're discussing that, or prior to Park and Rec, so that they could have a little heads up rather than trying to come in afterwards?
You have to forgive me. I don't know if I quite understand the question.
So in other words, looking at the package, the date on the correspondences that we received from organizations were all after the council meeting, last council meeting, when we were on the 3rd, when we were talking about the schedule and how we were going to establish things.
Yeah.
And so what I'm a little confused on the timing of what we could do better, because it was kind of hard to get those correspondences after we'd already had the meeting where we talked about who was going to be granted what.
Yeah, I understand. This year is a little bit different. Typically, what the way the policy is intended to happen is that those requests would come in sometime in August, deadline of about September 1st, and that conversation period I would have with organizers happens in September, with a city council meeting to do this very discussion we're having today in October. The difference here is the Foley Pavilion. Once we got all the requests in, a lot came in through the Foley Pavilion. We had not set up an operational plan. We had no idea how we were going to manage it day to day or with events. So we needed to get that information kind of settled first. And so it kind of drew out that process a little bit longer than it normally would, where, we were able to kind of extend the deadline for event requests to come in to September 30th. But we had to take that time in October to really flush out how the Foley Pavilion was going to look. And then we had that conversation on November 3rd about the operational plan, the phase 1 of the operational plan, and that informed us providing guidance to the event organizers for them to say, okay, this is how the Foley Pavilion is going to work for partnered events. now you now have the information you need to craft your those letters, those requests, what you're hoping to achieve out of your event. So council has a clear understanding of this new event that has never happened. What's it going to look like in Healdsburg? So that might be the reason why those letters came in a little bit kind of later or after the fact, is because there were some unknowns there still that we needed to work through.
Okay, and then the last kind of thing was, I know that we've loved our plaza almost to death, but it really fits well for, and has the city done any type of schematic, or I know that when there's a music event, people like to sit on the ground or in chairs, and it's a lot of hardscape at the Foley. Have you come up with like diagrams that might help organizations envision how that would work?
Nothing specific as of yet. That's mostly been just conversational. Certainly I've seen events that have brought in, faux grass and those kinds of things, and other elements into events to make, to kind of transform spaces. Probably the best example I can give is the wine and food experience. When they came in, they wanted to use the plaza. We tried to make them re-envision what the event might look like in the West Plaza parking lot. And there was some little skepticism early on, but once they got everything neatly tailored inside those stalls, the kind of the drive aisles, those trees and stuff, kind of help frame that event really well, so you didn't realize that you were in a parking lot. And so yes, certainly there are things, not having natural grass space and those kinds of things are a challenge, but that kind of comes with kind of the new facility and re-looking at how we can use that space to kind of meet that need in different ways. But I can't say that we have created anything that we can kind of present other than just offer our guidance.
Because I would think, and I don't know, I have never applied to do a large event in the city, what it would be like to have kind of a package, like if we're not going to sponsor you, here's the list of fees, and here's some things that have been done, maybe a website that you could take a look at to see how we can do things to kind of move the needle.
Mayor, members of council, maybe I could step in.
Yeah.
We do have some mock-ups of how the Foley Family Community Pavilion can be set up for different types of events, including roundtables and concert series and things like that. But we do actually rely on our partners, who are generally the program side of it and know more about their events and how they want them to operate than we do. I think once we see a few of these events come through, as Mr. Mildy said, we'll be able to provide some kind of general layout and mock-ups for them. It's not something that we currently have. So I think it'll be something that we learn as we go.
I think it's one of those things as we go along, and you'll have more examples of, when somebody comes and says, yeah, this was a similar event, it worked this way, and people can get more creative. But thank you for that information.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Hagley?
Yeah, I just had a question on, I notice we have, whether it's Tuesdays on the Plaza or the Vamos events, a lot of the vendors I've noticed aren't necessarily from Healdsburg. And, do we have any kind of, or should we consider some kind of a local preference policy that gives preference to local Healdsburg based vendors versus people driving up the freeway in a food truck to set up shop for an event? And so I kind of, I feel like if we could, I feel like that's kind of a consideration, especially if we're contributing to the events. I feel like that would be important to consider. And it could match our local preference policy, which is kind of unincorporated Cloverdale to unincorporated Windsor, to kind of keep it, really support the North County and the people that are going to do events. Is just wondering, is there any kind of filter that you go through as you're looking at these things for the vendors?
Not necessarily. We try not to weigh in on kind of the programming aspects. Certainly with Tuesdays on the Plaza, our own, city-run events, that's something we have done. And certainly when I'm talking with the event organizers is, encouraging that. And we do have some resources that we provide, a list of local food vendors and the like that we do provide. But no, I think those are good comments, considering that we are providing a partnership, for event organizers to say. But we haven't developed anything. I don't think we've ever had that discussion, to my knowledge, in terms of partnered events.
Okay, yeah, because it also came up when we toured the farmer's market. Was it last summer, year before? And one of the vendors was up from the Central Valley. So just kind of, I mean, that's fine, but I'm just curious, like the whole point is supporting our local businesses and local vendors. And I'd like kind of that to be the focus if we're partnering and they're using city facilities.
Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you. And yeah, I want to echo the sentiment of Councilmember Hagley with respect to, even giving a prioritized list of vendors, whether it's for when we do move forward towards private events, if we can support local catering companies, local event rental companies, et cetera. I think the food truck one is tough because, we have a ban on food trucks in Healdsburg unless they're a part of an event. So it'd be hard to find a lot of food truck operators that are based in Healdsburg because we don't allow food trucks within the city except for at these specific events. So that is I would love to allow food trucks in the city, and then maybe more would want to open businesses here. But I think supporting local business owners makes a ton of sense, and giving priority for those folks would be great. Question for you about closing North Street. So I know we've talked about that as a potential option for when events need that extra space. Are any of these or any of the events that are being requested, any of those closing North Street?
Currently on the list that you have, the ones that are under the recommendations, right, the new events, none of them, to my knowledge, are going to require North Street closure.
Okay. And then for the 40 event days per year for Recology service, can you remind me how many events we currently are utilizing the Recology services for the city events or otherwise?
So last year was 40, and this year will be 38.
Okay. And then for the 4th of July events, especially, and this is a really touchy subject, so I'm sure I will get some angry emails even for saying this out loud. But since the plaza does get so crowded and we're utilizing a lot of street closures and kind of pouring out onto the street, and I don't know if you've ever been desperately searching for a toddler that has run off during that event, but it's a lot going on. Have we talked about or looked at moving the 4th of July event to the Foley Pavilion because we would have more real estate to work with?
No, I don't think we've had any conversations with the Rotary regarding it. Certainly, if council directed staff, we could certainly open that up. So I don't think we'd be opposed to it. Just we know that as a long-standing event that event that appeals to a broad demographic that kind of met the criteria of a signature event. The signature event, that criteria was kind of made to help. How do we kind of, where do we draw the line really, and who do we allow? But ultimately city council could, direct staff to host any event in the plaza or any event at the Foley Pavilion if they desired.
Got it. Yeah, I'm not suggesting it in this moment. I think that event has kind of become such a draw for so many people, even within the region or Bay Area. So it is much more than just being kind of like our local Tuesday night concert events. It is very much like we are a destination for 4th of July, which is awesome. And it's a great event, but it is very crowded, and there's sometimes it feels a little chaotic. And I think the Rotary Club does a great job putting on a free event too, which I think a lot of these things you go to, you have to buy a hot dog and buy popcorn and whatever. And the fact that all of it's free is amazing. But also I think that lends itself to being, bringing in a ton of people from outside the region who want to come celebrate here. So just thinking about that on balance. The Celtic concert, is that, I know you talked about that in your remarks and I was having a difficult time following. So we put on, the community services puts on the morning parade. And then there is another organization that does the Celtic concert.
Yeah, the Celtic concert is not run by the city. It's been partnered by the city historically. Typically, it's been the Kiwanis that has run it. Kiwanis has since decided that they're trying to kind of narrow down their events and also determine which events are mostly closely aligned with our mission, which is serving children. And in the middle of a school day during St. Patrick's Day is not as in line and with that. And so they have decided to, discontinue hosting that event. However, local community member and advocate Mark McMullen tried to kind of keep that event alive by bringing in another nonprofit to kind of help support and keeping that event there. Certainly the sentiment is, he'd like to keep the event in the plaza. That's just, it's not run or managed by the city. So it doesn't necessarily fit the criteria of a signature event, being that it's not a longstanding, broadly appealed event.
So what's the plan for this coming year for the Celtic concert?
Yeah, the organizer will ultimately need to decide. Certainly staff is advising the Foley Pavilion, but I think the organizer's determining between West Plaza Park and the Foley Pavilion. My gut feeling is that the West Plaza Park will be far too small. Foley Pavilion would be suitable.
And who's the nonprofit that's proposing it?
That's a good question. It's the 22 to the
222.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. We've mentioned this before, and I will say it again since there's folks in the room. The fact that we're doing a family-centric event on a Tuesday at 11 a.m. on a school day is something that kids every single year say, why is the city of Healdsburg doing a fun party in the plaza with dancing and performances and bagpipes and Celtic dancing when we, as all the kids in Healdsburg, can't attend? So I would just one more time like to say it'd be wonderful if we could do this after school hours so that kids in our community who are in school until 3 can go to that performance, or just don't do it on a weekday during. It's just, sorry, I'm just going to say it one more time. And then for the Healdsburg Future Farmers Country Fair, I know we had a number of complaints last year about the restrooms within the park. At Rec Park. Has that situation changed? I know that's on the master list of events. Are we going to do something different so that the city, that the restrooms that we typically operate during Prune Packers, that those will be open for the event? Or are we going to be working with them in partnership to make sure that the bathrooms are available?
That one I'll have to defer to Director Themick because we don't, I can't recall if we kept them open or not, so.
Mayor, members of council, last year they brought in additional porta potties on the football grandstand side to help with some of that. And we will work with them for access to the restrooms this year. So they're issued a special event permit every year under the framework of their larger agreement. And that's one of the requirements that we've already talked to them about that they'll have to incorporate.
Sorry, what's the requirement that they have to incorporate?
That the bathrooms are open.
Okay,
yep,
great.
And maintained.
Great, thank you. And then for the Hardisons event for Healdsburg Fashion Week, it says that's the one that you're proposing we defer until we know what the budget for the next fiscal years will be. What is the request that the funding, what's the actual dollar request for that funding amount for the collaborator level?
That'll have to look up. It's provided in the staff report. Forgive me.
Mayor, members of council, I'll jump in and help too on this one. Yep. It's not actually the funding that they're requesting. It's the operating budget for the pavilion that's not currently established. So part of what our plan is as we go through the budget process, we'll create the second phase of the operational plan, which that event would fall under, that would allocate all the funding for not only events that we sponsor, but also all the resources that need to operate it. So it's kind of a combination of two of those things. So when Mr. Milley talks about the funding piece of it, it's not necessarily their request, it's how are we going to operate the pavilion and what are our resources to do that.
Got it. And so all of the other operational requests for the pavilion that we know there will be a funding need, we've already identified that we'll have the funding to do those events in the Foley Pavilion?
The only events that we've currently incorporated are those that we currently sponsor. And so we already have the budget allocated, but we're moving, those events are relocated from the plaza, for example, to the Foley Family Community Pavilion. So we're just taking the same funding and resources and staffing and moving them from doing the event at the plaza to the Foley Pavilion.
Okay, and then for the two Healdsburg Jazz events, that the fundraising gala and the Jazz Collective Choir event, those are, how are we making the decision that those two can move forward at the Foley Pavilion, but that the Hardison's event can't?
So those two are happening in this budget year. And when we talked about with City Council, when we brought forward the Phase 1 operation plan, is those are pilot events for us to try a different kind of event than what typically happens and what are the resources. And Jazz Festival knows this, so they're familiar with it. It will give us an opportunity to try a ticketed, more formal event at the Foley Pavilion this spring and learn from that. So as we start to book more events like that, we'll have a better framework for it. So we are absorbing that event within our budget, which we think it's going to be a relatively low commitment because it is really planned and organized by Jazz Festival, and it's a ticketed event.
Okay, great, thank you. And then, sorry, my last question. So the car show that we're denying the application for, the request to deny, in your comments, you said that the car show doesn't have a connection to Healdsburg. Is that not the car show that Rudy Campos puts on?
So that is a car show that Rudy puts on in Rohnert Park.
Right,
That he wants to bring to Healdsburg. Correct.
Okay. And
the organization that's taking on kind of the ownership and liability and permitting of it is based in Rohnert Park.
okay. So if they wanted to move forward, well, obviously they can move forward and apply for a permit as an outside entity, as you suggested. If they wanted to move forward, I mean, Rudy is he is a longstanding member of this community. He is very well respected in the car club community. He is part and parcel to the Healdsburg brand as any of these other events. So I just want to, say that for folks who are familiar with the work that he has done or the car show community, which, attracts thousands and thousands of people, it's a very important element to a lot of people's identity. I wonder if he were to propose partnering with a Healdsburg-based nonprofit, would the city view that differently? Or is it because it's a for-profit event is it a for-profit event that he's partnering with?
So it is a nonprofit,
Okay.
North Bay Showtime. And, our recommendation doesn't come, the decision is basically based on what does our policy say? The policy says, you have to be a Healdsburg-based nonprofit, chartered in Healdsburg, and those kinds of things, which Showtime is not. And we kind of take the context of, while could be a great event by a great organizer and those kinds of things, we kind of need to take that out of that as part of our recommendation. Ultimately, it's up to City Council to decide, where you're willing to give in terms of awarding a partnership for a particular event. I will say this will be a sizable event. It will be a commitment. 2,000 people at the community center is not a small undertaking. We know that from Bloodroot. You also add on top of that, 250 plus vehicles on top of trying to find adequate parking and noise and noticing and all those kind of things. We can certainly do it. It's just an undertaking and will be a very big commitment.
Yeah, I would love to see us find a way to support that event. I mean, it's really a spectacular show that a lot of people, especially our Latino community, really embrace that event. And Rudy is a Healdsburg local. So, yeah, I'm not sure if the community center site versus, another location, but obviously that's where they want to have the event. So we want to defer to them. But I feel like, somehow we find a way to yes on a lot of other events, but it does feel like every single time there's a no or an asterisk, it's because of, it's not being put on by a certain person who knows somebody within the city. And I feel like it's unfortunate because I do think that there are people in our community who are really, wanting to bring forward these tremendous celebrations that are really important to a lot of people in our community. And it doesn't seem like it's reflected in what's being proposed to the council. And so I just want to say that I'm really disappointed to see that, usually if it's we need you to partner with the Healdsburg nonprofit, if you want the city to sponsor this event, that we give them the opportunity to go out and find that organization, similarly to what's happening with the Celtic concert. It sounds like they went out and are trying to find a local nonprofit to partner with on that event to continue to have it here. So hopefully we can find a way to support that event.
And if I can reiterate, just I did have a sit-down meeting with the organizers in October. They were encouraged to help support their case in coming to this meeting to look at co-partnering with another organization. They have not responded to that. They've also were encouraged to look at the Foley Pavilion site as well as extending into North Street, perhaps the West Plaza parking lot to also accommodate the event. They hadn't attended any of the walkthroughs that we did with them, nor haven't reached out for a walkthrough with us. So we have reached out, we have encouraged, but we have not had any communication from them since mid-October.
Okay. And then for the Fashion Week event, that is set to take place or they're proposing it happen. Sorry, Mark said it was in the next fiscal year, but is that like November of next year? Is that right?
Yeah, early November next year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I want to dive into the Healdsburg Crush denial a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when we had the previous discussion on the Foley Center, it's my understanding that they'd hoped to do maybe one last event on the plaza to help them transition to the Foley Center, but weren't ready to move over there right away. I just want to know if that's still the case or if they've had a change of heart on that. And what's the game plan for the Crush fundraiser at this point in time?
Yeah, in regards to Crush, in my conversations with the applicant, is basically that they're requesting use of the plaza. That's where they would like the event to be housed. And that's part of what I've provided in the packet. It's provided and detailed out in their letter that they provided. The denial basically comes, basically, again, like I mentioned, is our denial comes in based on what's in our policy and based on how we would determine, because it's not just a ticketed event that's supporting, subsidizing the cost of an event. It's a fundraising event for a regional cause, certainly a good cause, but not one that's centrally focused on Healdsburg based, is kind of how our policy is kind of separate those out. And so certainly we welcome them for use of the pavilion. We would love to see them there. We hope they use that space. I think that they're in a sticky situation because it's only phase one of the operational plan that has been approved at this point, which kind of excludes private events. They are considered a private event, but as I mentioned, City Council could certainly allow them a sponsorship of the plaza, provided they meet the conditions in phase two of the operational plan, meaning that they, whenever the fees are determined and decided, that they would be responsible for those, and they would still be afforded use of the pavilion, knowing that they have an event site to go to and not leaving them without a site. Because basically the way it stands now, if we're looking at operating under phase one of the operational plan and signature events only in the plaza, and they're not designated as a signature event, they would need to find another location to host the event, either in Healdsburg on another park or another park site or another site altogether. We certainly don't want to do that to them. We want to try to support them in their use of the pavilion. As they've indicated, certainly plaza has been their preference.
We've made an exception for them for a number of years, I believe, and because they don't quite fit the policy, but they've been there for a long time. And the reasoning for that has been, at least in part, because of a very direct influence and benefit for the community. And of course, they are larger than just Healdsburg, and this is a sort of a central fundraiser for the whole organization. Nonetheless, the Healdsburg Boys and Girls Club provides a really important service to our communities in town. I don't think there's any disagreement about that, but that's the reasoning for it. And so, I would like to propose that we look at an exception, like probably just once more, because I think they're going to fall in love with the Foley Center, and once we have everything ironed out it's better suited for them, after a year's time or something like that. But I think in 26, I would suggest that we make another exception if that's where their needs are, just out of respect for the importance of that fundraiser for them and the benefits that they provide to this community. So we can discuss that, I guess. But the second thing I wanted to bring up is that, it's come to my attention that the Healdsburg Pride event is going to happen on the same day as the farmers market. And it's my understanding that there's an agreement between those two groups to accommodate the setup for the Pride event, which will happen after the market, of course. And I just want to know, is there any way we can, in terms of policy, support that sort of cooperation between two events where they need to work together? I don't want the rules or the policy to become a hindrance where there's happy communication between two groups to work together.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of in our conversations with the organizers, kind of we kind of defer to the policy that was kind of that council provided guidance on. Kind of our kind of direction with or kind of our approach to that is basically treating this facility like I mentioned with the recology units, is that organizers come in, it's a clean space, they set up their event, and everything's clean and clear by the time they leave to allow for other events. And certainly, I want to be sensitive to precedent, number one, because there will be other experiences we're going to have, stages, lighting, any number of equipment that's going to need to be dropped off. I'm more concerned when it comes to things where it's going to be impacting our availability to utilize or rent the facility. For instance, if farmers market's happening on a Saturday, we have an event on a Sunday. That Sunday event needs something dropped off on Saturday, in the evening. That might prevent us from having any events on that Saturday in the evening if we've already committed to, equipment and those kinds of things. Certainly, if City Council want to provide us guidance on, allowing the farmers market to, work with those organizers, so long as it doesn't impact any other events, we would certainly adhere that.
It's up to them to make that agreement, but I think we should definitely encourage it, because it's going to be a tremendous learning opportunity for an occurrence that's bound to happen again, where people are we're going to have two events on a Saturday. So if everyone's playing well with each other, then let's see how it goes, learn from it, and if we need to, craft policy based on that experience, then we'll do so. But I hope we can be open enough to make that happen this time around. Thanks.
Mayor, members of council, if I could address that also. So it's been 10 years of working with the market to get them to yes and supportive of the project. And I believe that anytime that we add an element that makes the market more difficult for them to function, makes it more difficult for the city as well. So I think we need to be really careful about, as Mr. Mildy said, creating a precedent where all of a sudden other groups are able to go to the market and say, we need to do this and we need to do that. Because ultimately that will come back to city staff as being, well, we basically said these other groups can do that. We've tried to hold firm in that the market time is for the market. And that's how this entire framework has been developed. So we always try to work with organizers on both sides. We spend a lot of time with the farmers market trying to make sure that they are successful. But it puts staff in a very challenging position when we give a message, well, you can just go to the market and talk to them. Because ultimately, it comes back to staff as saying, will you let us do this? And how do we work through that? So we can certainly try it with Pride. This is the first I've heard that they've actually can come to an agreement or even approach the market. So this is news for staff, I think. And I just think it's something we need to be really careful about, because it does complicate our relationship with the market. That's helpful.
Councilmember Hagley?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. On the Boys and Girls Club, we said last time when we kind of talked about this and kind of designated what the signature events were, You know, I wanted to make sure that they understood that like we want to keep that event, but the right place is in the Foley Family Pavilion. I know that's where I was. And so I'm wondering, you brought up a couple things with our fiscal year and the calendars chopped in half. I get that. But if nothing else, I would love to be able to just circle the date for the Foley Family Pavilion for them so that we at least have that date that they typically hold their crush event held that spot for them. I would like to see that happen. And then I just had a quick comment on the future farmers bathrooms that you brought up. You know, the being there and being, you know, with the daughter that's in the fair and everything, there is a big difference between Thursday night and just the mass amount of people that are there. Porta potties are being destroyed and it's a mess versus the show and the auction days where the crowds are a lot less. So I think there's some, I think it could be easily managed. I appreciate that the bathrooms are going to be open along with the porta potties, but I think there's, you know, and just making sure that somebody's there to kind of keep having a staff member there to kind of keep the porta potties clean and things like that, the toilet paper, stuff like that, I think would go a long ways to a lot of the frustrations that I personally heard last year from, you know, you have people that are coming here to bid on animals and, you know, they have real dirty, disgusting porta potties. I mean, some of it was an exaggeration because by the time the actual auction was going on, it was a different story, but I think it is important to have those bathrooms open. And you know, based on the amount of crowds that you would see on the show and auction days, it's a completely different story than after the parade when there's a massive rush out there and it's the fair and the crowds and everything else. So those are just a couple of things I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah, and not to beat a dead horse, no pun intended, but just on that point, I think if anyone is utilizing Rec Park and whether we are partnering with them, sponsoring them, collaborating, or it is a corporate event and they're paying to rent it, the bathrooms, the use of the restrooms there, it is a reflection on the city, and that if the bathrooms are not unlocked and available to use, it is people in the community believe that it is because the city doesn't want those folks, whoever those folks are, to be able to use our restrooms. And that is totally not the case. And so I think just moving forward, there's this perception issue about how the contractual arrangements are met between the event organizers and city staff around the use of the facility. But I think if anyone is renting that facility or a facility in general, making sure that it's clear that's part of it, and that whatever the cost associated with operating that facility is. Otherwise, I think it's just a reflection on the city that I don't think any of us anticipated, that all of a sudden we don't care about the ag community because we've locked them out of the bathrooms or something. Like the whole story was kind of wild and totally not accurate, but it was of course nothing that we knew anything about it, because that's a staff level decision about who's unlocking what doors. So we just want to ensure that whoever is using that facility has access to, and whatever you guys need, I think, to support that would be great. Thank you.
Did I misunderstand, or didn't you say that those bathrooms would be unlocked during that event? Okay. Well, we can only talk about so many things in one evening, right? And get it, I think, try to get it. Relating to the Crush event, did they look at the Foley Pavilion to see if they could do it there, or did they just sort of out of hand say no to that?
We haven't done a walkthrough with them. Certainly, we've had discussions about it. I think we talked about doing a walkthrough with them once the site was fully constructed. And that had more to do with kind of the scheduling when we were first looking at it. Again, they're advocating for use of the plaza. They've seen schematics and they have the dimensions of the site, but no walkthrough officially yet with them.
But Matt, didn't we invite them to the community organizers walkthrough? We had two different open houses to bring organizers in to the pavilion, and I don't believe that they participated in either one. Correct?
That's correct. Okay.
That's good to know. I mean, certainly you made an effort to do that. I just fear that, I mean, I don't know, they knew that they had one more year at the plaza, right? And that when Foley got open, they were going to be there. So I definitely think it's a great organization and event too, but I think we also need to follow our own rules. And phase 2, to me, it makes sense. I mean, we can't do it all right now. We're in phase 1. It's not even open yet. We've got a lot of pushback already. So from my perspective, I think we need to respect the amount of time and effort that's already gone into this planning and how we're going to do this, and not just keep adding. We can't just keep adding. So phase 2 will be coming, but we haven't even got through phase 1 yet. So my concern is that we would overburden everybody with everything and get bad events potentially if there's too many, there's not enough staff, there's not enough money. I think we need to be careful. And so I appreciate your approach, I guess is what I'm saying here. So if we don't have any more comments or questions from council, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. If you'd like to come up to the podium, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Mitchell and council members and staff. My name is Kathy Birdsong, and I represent Healdsburg Center for the Arts. In reviewing, excuse me, in reviewing the 2026 master calendar, our arts festival is listed on page 2, occurring on Saturday, September 19th at the Foley Family Pavilion. The date of our application is actually for Saturday, September 26th. We understand that scheduling the pavilion and the farmers market use on Saturdays is complicated, but the logistics of moving dozens of markets stalls off the pavilion and trying to move 50 plus festival vendors onto the pavilion immediately afterwards would not only be bedlam, but also limit the festival to only a few usable hours. This would not make it financially feasible for vendors, but also the Healdsburg Center for the Arts and city staff. Moving the art festival to Sunday at the pavilion would reduce attendance significantly, as visitors typically leave Healdsburg on Sundays. Did I say vendors? Visitors typically leave Healdsburg on Sundays, lowering vendor participation and in sales if they do participate. Therefore, that would negatively impact Healdsburg Center for the Arts, which relies on the event's proceeds and its visibility. We take the care of the plaza seriously and ensure our footprint is minimal. Foot traffic is restricted to walkways. Booths are placed next to the walkways, leaving large areas of grass open for enjoyment. We use no heavy equipment or vehicles. Compared to larger, high-attendance events like Tuesdays on the Plaza or Dia de los Muertos, our festival has a much lighter impact. After 12 years of successful community-focused event, we hope to continue this positive collaboration with the city, a tradition that brings artists, visitors, and residents together while supporting local businesses and the Healdsburg Center for the Arts. We respectfully request to remain on the plaza on Saturday, September 26th, and hopefully in the future afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
No, wait, this is
okay.
A one-way thing at this point. Welcome.
I use this opportunity to introduce some of our committee members, if I may. I also wanted to add, thank you for having me. Hi, City Council, Mayor Mitchell, city staff. It's always wonderful to be in this room with you and be engaged in the active discussion. I did also want to start with clarifying that Professionals with Pride is a Healdsburg-based nonprofit, and Healdsburg Pride Committee exists as a subcommittee doing the local work. And so I just wanted to introduce the committee very quickly because I think it's important for them to get face time in front of the council. This is
Lisa Azamont. I'm the winemaker and co-founder of Dot Wine and the senior vice president of Foley Family Farms.
I'm Matthew Benamelis. I am a math teacher at Healdsburg High School and also the advisor to the GSA Club.
I'm Skylar Osborne. I'm Matt's husband.
Okay. I'm Sue Winton. I'm a realtor here in town with Compass.
This is Teresa Mangiapane with Healdsburg Living.
Yeah, Teresa Mangiapane, Healdsburg Living Magazine. I am also a queer business owner here, and wanted to address a little bit about the farmers market and Pride. I've had a couple of conversations with the leadership there. They were really excited about the possibility of us collaborating together, them having space at our event, us having space at their event, and then setting up so when people came to that farmers market on Saturday, they could see how proud our community was. So just wanted to share with you that I'm excited about the opportunity to do some collaboration with them and cooperation for Pride and in supporting the farmers market.
And I'll just be very brief, just acknowledging the time here. I'm going to read here just kind of what we've prepared for our comments. So firstly, sincere thank you. We truly appreciate the city's support and the chance to bring Pride to the Foley Family Pavilion. This new space is for all of us, and we're grateful to be learning and adapting together as the city develops its operations and guidelines. I also want to highlight that our Pride celebration includes raising funds for Healdsburg High School GSA. This is incredibly important to us. LGBTQ youth are facing a lot right now socially and emotionally. The GSA gives them a place where they can feel safe, supported, and affirmed. We want to make sure that they continue to have the resources and the community that they deserve. We've also been in close communication, like Teresa said, with the Healdsburg Farmers Market, and they've been wonderful to engage with. Their leadership is comfortable with us starting to decorate our setup early, as long as it does not interfere with market operations. Because of that collaboration, we're asking the council to consider a small adjustment to the current policy that would allow early decorating or setup when both the market and the event organized are in mutual agreement. Since the pavilion is new and Saturday load-in times are especially tight after the farmers market, we imagine this scenario may come up again for other groups and other organizations. Making this possible exception now would help community events run more smoothly while being fully respectful of the market's needs and schedule. Looking further ahead, we really look forward to working with you all in a spirit of collaboration.
Thank you. Nice to meet everyone. Do we have any other people who would like to do public comment at this time? Welcome.
Hello, I'm Mark McMullen, and I'm here representing a new nonprofit, Caldera, and the 222 for the St. Patrick's Day concert. To answer a couple questions, I'll go off script here and just say one of the reasons that it's at noon is to be the bridge from the parade to the afternoon events. And we do that because we can afford to do that on St. Patrick's Day. If we get a St. Patrick's Day band, getting them later in the day means that we have to pay the full price. If we do it earlier, they can do other gigs. So it's the only way that we can afford to do it. And it was envisioned as the bridge between the parade and all the afternoon events that were happening. So it's the connection from the morning to the evening, and there's a giant gap if we don't do that, and we kind of lose the energy and the people. Another reason to have it in the middle of the day is to encourage people to stay downtown, and it encourages people to go after breakfast and hang around, and it just creates that kind of synergy without having the gap. So I'm here to ask for this event to be changed to a signature event so that it can be on the plaza. It's fairly low impact And I'm totally off script here. So the magic of that location is that we get a lot of spontaneity. We get a lot of people that are just walking through town who are shopping and doing things like that. You also get the destination people who are the families and the friends of the dancers and of the Irish community here in Healdsburg. So the request is that this be designated a signature event because it's already a partnered event. So the city is partnering with us. The signature designation just means that we can do it, in the gazebo on the plaza, and it's just part of the larger St. Patrick's Day celebration. If you move the St. Patrick's Day parade from St. Patrick's Day to another day, then perhaps this concert would have to move because it's designed to be the bridge between the two, all the events that happen on St. Patrick's Day. So we are here to service the community and service the downtown business community and try and help the economy in that way. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once? Okay, not seeing anyone come forward, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council for comment and/or action.
Matt, can I ask a clarifying question? The evening events for St. Patrick's Day, what are those? Because this is before the Tuesday concerts start. This is in March. I wasn't aware we were doing evening events.
I'm not aware of any city events. There might be other events that are housed in town. I know, we used to be home to a lot of different kind of side events at, the hotel lobbies and specials and restaurants and those kinds of things. But as far as, public facing events that are partnered or run by the city, there are none in the evening.
Thanks.
Councilmember Edwards.
I wanted to follow up on Councilman Kelly's comments about the car show because I go to lots of car shows all up and down 101, and Healdsburg is the only city that does not have a major car show during the summertime. And I did try reaching out if there's any way. I think that would be a great addition. We've had a number of small car shows here. I know our Chevrolet dealership had a Corvette car show. Our high school has a small car show, and it would be really nice because it's just, they're very mild events. They're very family orientated, and I just think if they would really work to bring that car show here to Healdsburg, it would be a great addition to us.
Yeah, I think, if they go through the required things that we have, I think we've been pretty clear on what the guidelines are. On the request for additional signature events, I'm kind of inclined to stay with what we have. I think no matter what, there's always ways to make exceptions, and I think that's a very slippery slope. Kind of going back to part of the thing with the Foley Family Pavilion where we're having the discussions was trying to get things off of the plaza, expand the walkability of Healdsburg, kind of expand everything. And I really see a lot of these events where it's really the unknown, right? But I do believe like once the events start going into the pavilion that you're going to see a different kind of traction. You're going to see different, energy. And I think it's going to be a real positive thing just with the amenities that are just available there. And then the big part is it leaves the plaza open for, people who may not be attending whatever that specific event is. On the Pride event request, I understand staff's concern about kind of the blended event and letting the farmers market work it out with an event. I'm wondering if there's a way that we could call it a pilot program just to see, as we're kind of looking at this for this one time, make an exception, or I don't know if we need to make an exception for the farmers market in Pride, because the way it was described here sounded like it's really kind of an overlay to the farmers market, I think is kind of what I heard. So it's kind of one event, and it would be interesting to see, especially if we're looking at like the arts festival, and maybe there is a certain way that the transition and movement between the farmers market vendors, because they're there every week, twice a week, right? So the setup breakdown is going to be, I'm assuming the vendors are typically in the same spot. So they're going to have a system to keep their part efficient. And I would think the setup and tear down may be a little bit more efficient than in the parking lot. Now, I don't know. I'm just, so it may not be a bad thing considering the Pride event is what, in June, right? To have that as like, and call it a pilot program. So it's not an official, yeah, this is the way we're going to go. And people can't point to, well, you did it for them. This is an experimental pilot program just to see how that works. And then you have a chance to kind of evaluate along with everything else that we're kind of, there's going to be hiccups, right? At the Foley Family Pavilion, like, oh, well, we didn't realize that. We can't have somebody plugged in over there because it impacts over there.
So Mayor, members of council, absolutely. We love pilot programs. My concern is that that I believe this is the first time we've heard about this conversation between the market and Pride, and being able to respond to that in a meeting without actually talking to the market is challenging for us, knowing the dynamics of the market and how concerned they are about being able to even fit on the site. It's been literally 10 years of planning with the market, 20 plus meetings. And so I'm just very sensitive to the market's needs. And I think as long as city council makes it clear, like, hey, we're going to try this as a pilot. This is great. We're not committing the city to do this. I think that's a great approach. So I appreciate that idea.
Yeah, and again, I'll defer to you because again, that's the first that I heard of it, but the way it was presented sounded good. But to your point, there's a lot that sounds great from up here until you get down into the weeds. And so I am open to it as a pilot program to help us kind of work through the kinks over there as we kind of get things going.
That's great. Thanks.
As I understood, also there's already been conversations between Pride and the farmers market. It sounded like, so maybe that's the mistake, that the city isn't included in those conversations. And they, could we direct you to have that conversation and then consider it as a what kind of event did you say? Pilot event, but not until you guys have been in the room with them.
Absolutely.
That would be my suggestion. Chris?
Yeah, that's what I had in mind. Also, just that this would be a great learning opportunity, but I think you made it pretty clear that there needs to be three seats at this table: city, Pride, and market. And if that didn't happen, that's just something we've learned, and we need to make sure that that happens if we ever try this again with anybody else. That's totally essential, and I think everyone agrees it's not controversial. So I'd like to see us make sure that there's nothing we do tonight here that stands in the way of that happening. Okay.
Perfect.
Ron?
And I think there are a number of facilities. Golden Gate Park is one. Some of their locations, they have a morning event and an afternoon event. But they've been doing it a long time, and I think by having a pilot program, it would give staff a good chance to see how that movement of in and out works, rather than depending on an event vendor saying, yeah, I can do that. But actually seeing, you would know exactly what it takes to shuffle a large event in and another one out. So I think it could be very helpful as a learning experience as well as a pilot.
Absolutely. I have one other comment too. Ms. Birdsong mentioned the date, and she's correct. I happened to go back through the form, and we did have the incorrect date in the staff report. It is September 26th. I don't think it really changes in terms of the city's support for the Arts Festival. It's a great event, but there's the staying question about location. So.
But that's a farmer's market day. Is that the problem that is, we think, with having it at the Foley Pavilion that same day?
Correct.
Is that a problem?
I mean, I think for the Arts Festival, it's similar, and we knew this situation was going to occur.
Yeah.
The market's committed. We've committed the market for Saturdays. And so when we do have events that are, community events that span an entire day, it is challenging for them. It will be challenging for them to come in later in the day to host an event. So what are options? Well, there are other sites in town: West Plaza parking lot, the plaza, the community center, moving it to a Sunday. We heard that from Jazz Festival. They'll move their Juneteenth celebration to a Sunday in the future and host it at the Foley Family Community Pavilion. So it is challenging, and it's exceptionally challenging this year given that the pavilion's not open yet. And we're making decisions a year out for events that are coming up. So, I mean, if city council's gonna be inclined to, for example, extend the Boys and Girls Club for an additional year in the plaza, it probably makes sense for the art festival to have a similar kind of allowance, again, that transition year. And the Arts Festival will have to determine in the future, you know, how do they want to function, as long as we're going to continue to move down the road of the signature events are in the plaza.
So if we did that, then I personally anyway, would want a commitment from those organizations to move them to Sunday, because we know the market's on Saturday, right? So that this conflict would continue. And we don't want to keep events at the plaza. We want them at our community center that we've spent years and years and years and lots of money and time and effort to get as an event center. So, you know, for me, it just doesn't make sense not to use it fully. Sundays will be free. So anyway, I think that would be my recommendation, is if we're going to do that, make an exception for another year, then there needs to be a commitment on their part to move it to a Sunday.
Absolutely.
You guys agree? Yeah, go ahead.
I also think that, you know, we're complicating something where it's like people go to the farmer's market, and during kind of less seasonal times of produce, they have a craft market that the farmer's market puts on. And so they are selling artistic goods that are being sold to visitors and locals. And the art event is selling artistic goods to locals and visitors. And so while, yes, they're put on by two separate organizations who are all amazing, lovely community members, I do envision, I mean, this is a huge site across the street. And if you were to expand it into West Plaza parking lot or close North Street, it is very possible you could actually have a art festival where you're selling art and attracting people. And maybe there's people who go to the farmer's market every week who didn't know that the art festival was happening, and you could do it all on one day. And yes, it might be more challenging, but like one day, it wouldn't be an insurmountable obstacle to attempt, if they felt strongly, doing it on a Saturday. Because I heard what Kathy Birdsong said of moving it to a Sunday, they might lose folks who are just visiting for the weekend. So I totally support that if we can move them to a Sunday, if there's no way of those two organizations coming together on this massive site to sell art and produce on the same day. But I also feel like maybe we can be hopeful that if, you know, there can be peace in the Middle East, maybe the art and produce can happen on the same day in the same venue. Maybe?
Maybe.
Councilmember.
We'll see when we open.
Go.
Yeah, I had the similar, I'm still pretty adamant that the signature events are the only ones that should be allowed on the plaza going forward. But I had the same thoughts where, you know, my question was going to be, has the art festival, have they requested to close North Street? Have they requested any of that? Because to your point, and I was thinking just, well, they could set up while the farmer's market's going on, but I think you bring up a really good point where you have kind of this blended event, like kind of what the pilot program we're talking about with the Pride event. But I think there's a lot of collaboration that could go into these two events. And again, it's, you know, the farmer's market is not here to, you know, to speak on this, but I think, you know, what the message that I think, at least from my standpoint, is I think there's a way, this is a community pavilion. The farmer's market, there's a lot of benefit that could happen with, you know, the people that are coming for the arts festival that are there, you know, maybe there's an adjustment to the time, so they're happening at the same time somehow. I don't know, but I would like to have the arts festival look at it and approach it from that perspective. How can they complement the farmers market, which in return will complement them, just like with the Pride event, where, you know, having the overlay and weaving them together. I think that, I mean, that sounds like community to me, honestly.
If I could add this, the market needs North Street. the physical real estate of the Foley Pavilion is not as large as their current site. So on their peak market days, and this is something we've known all throughout the planning process, they do need North Street. So if there were a complementary event, perhaps West Plaza is a great option for that. And they can potentially, be more cohesive. Again, we're trying to make decisions based on a facility that's still putting pavers in. And so it's really challenging for us to try to bring this all together. And Matt's done as well of a job as he can capturing what each of these individual organizers' needs are and reflecting it in some kind of like manageable framework for the council. So again, I think if we certainly should do the pilot, if council's so inclined to continue for one more year as we transition over to the Foley Pavilion of use of the plaza, I don't think that's the end of the world, as long as they have an understanding that we're going to ask them to do this in the future. If that helps.
It does. Thank you very much. So let's try to wrap this up. We've got a lot of things that are floating in the air here. I think the one thing is that we would direct the staff to meet with the farmers market and the Pride group to talk about that, right? So that we all kind of agree with that concept as a pilot program. Do we want to talk about or allow the crush to continue in the plaza for one more year? Or do we want, I don't personally, but do we want to encourage them to look at Foley and see how that could work, right? Because there's the North Street could be shut off for that as well, right? If they need more space. I mean, are they worried about the amount of space? I'm not sure, but I think we agree to, do we? No.
I think they need to give Foley Center a fair shake for sure. If they haven't yet, then that's a big missing piece. And so I think people are going to fall in love with it across the board. But that's where we're at right now. So I think probably just stay with the recommendation at this point.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that. You guys? Okay, so we're going to continue to encourage them to look at the Foley Pavilion to utilize for their event. In phase 2, right? Because that's part of the funding process too, right? Going into the phase 2 piece.
Yeah, basically if city council takes staff recommendation to deny the request, they would have to wait until phase 2 is completed. But when we have the ability to, book them into the facility, so it would not provide any guarantee of the space as of now, but we could certainly pencil it in knowing they're coming. However, city council could, allow a sponsorship, just like you did with the plaza, for use of the Foley Pavilion, provided that they meet the conditions that are outlined in the, second phase of the operational plan once they are developed. And that would allow them the ability to move forward with the Foley Pavilion. And they may not know the direct costs yet.
Okay.
Right, Matt, I think what council was looking for is for us to work with to bring them on board. And I think we can certainly do that. We don't have any events booked. We'd hold that date for Crush and we would proactively engage with them and, give them more information about the operation of the tour, bring them on the site, bring them on a tour. So.
Yeah, I'd hate to lose the event if they go outside of Healdsburg, which I think they have somewhat suggested they will do. I think it's better not to do that, but so if we do circle, a date for them, whatever date it is they want, and then it's up to them to decide. So we're making that opportunity, Ariel?
Yeah, I want to echo the sentiment. Like, I know everyone on this dais feels strongly that the Boys and Girls Club is an incredible, important community partner organization that serves youth and families in our community in a huge way. But that said, this is a ticketed fundraiser wine event. So it is like kind of a trifecta of challenges because the other events we're doing in the plaza are free, open to the public, and most of them, are not centered around being 21 and older. And so it's for those reasons, it has nothing to do with who it's benefiting, right? Because that's not the issue. It's just the fact that we want the plaza to be free and open to the public for people to come in and use. And frankly, there's a lot of other nonprofits who are asking us for event venue space to raise money and to have their, paid ticketed events in our public spaces. And so that's the tricky balance. And so I do think, though, to everybody's points, I think that hopefully the Foley Pavilion will work for the event, for their event in the future, to the extent they want to have it there. But I agree. I think trying to move the events that limit public access on the plaza, even if it's for an amazing cause, is where we're aiming to go.
Councilmember Higley?
I just wanted to add, I want to make sure that the Boys and Girls Club knows that, I feel like we're approaching this with a little bit of grace on their part. The fact that they haven't been able to make the different meetings where they have a lot on their plate right now. I think their building's being demolished. And so I want to make sure that the message is that our staff is here when they're ready to do the walkthroughs, and let's figure out how to make this work, because we want them in the Foley Pavilion and we want them to be successful and raise even more money than they've ever raised before.
Well said. I agree. I think we agree with that. Okay. Good with that. I think Mark was asking for something to the St. Patrick's Day dance event to be continued in the plaza. What is, rather than where, at the Foley Pavilion? Okay. So what's the thinking on that?
I think my tune is the same, that except it'll be an Irish tune, except in the Foley Family Pavilion. Yeah.
So
I think the echo,
no.
I mean, it'll sound cool.
Yeah. Do you agree with that? Okay. Ron?
I'm a little different on this one. I think it's of all the events we're looking at, it's a lower impact, and it is the middle of the day with people walking by there, as opposed to getting people to swing down by the Foley on that weekday event. But
It's one block.
yeah, it's one block, but it's if you hear the bagpipes playing, it's a difference. I don't know how the sound will travel, but I feel that it's a smaller, more intimate event.
I think, though, the majority of the council is to keep it at Foley, or move it to Foley. Are there other? So the car show, I think you've said to us that they can apply in a different fashion if they want to try to do something. It was 2,000 people that we're talking about at the community center. So that's sort of all outside of the normal realm of things anyway, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we'd have to work with them on things like shuttling and the notice. Typically, we do about 1,000-foot radius notice to the residences in the area for amplified sound, like we do with Bloodroot. It's a sizable event. Like I said, certainly doable. But I mean, whether they are approved under a sponsorship or decide to do the event independently, it'll be an undertaking for us to work with them. It'll be a time commitment.
So that needs to come either back to council from them, or you guys look at that with them and bring it to council at some point. Yeah,
that is correct. If they're approved for a sponsorship, we'll work with them to conduct the event. They won't necessarily need to come back to council because you already have made your approval. But should you choose not to sponsor the event or provide a city partnership, under our policy, yes, we would need to come back to city council to kind of waive some of the items that are in the municipal code and city policy.
Chris?
Well, yeah, I hope that happens. I echo Councilmember Kelly's enthusiasm for the event, and if there's any way we can build the bridge and be more inviting and be creative, and if it has to come back to council, so be it. It'd be really fantastic if we can make it work. I recognize there's challenges, but I still think we should deny the current resolution here, but moving forward, I hope we can reach out and see if we can do something with them.
Councilmember Higley?
So if I was going to make a motion,
Yes, please.
Am I reading this whole thing except for the change in date for the Arts Festival?
Recommendation. One moment, and
Okay.
the city clerks can actually put up the recommendation again, so we make sure we capture everything.
Call the question, right?
So Councilmember Hagley, you could just move that the council accepts staff's recommendation with changes, and you could make the changes for the record.
So I move that we accept the staff's recommendation with the change to the date, the correction for the Arts Festival. What, do we have other changes?
No,
And that's it.
that was it. We accept.
Second.
Roll call vote, please. Are we good here? See comfort.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Higley?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herod?
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
It
you.
was easy.
Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate all the work you guys put into this. Thank you. So up next, what is up next? New business. Revision to the rate schedule for garbage collection and recycling services effective January 2026. Public Works Director Larry Zimmer to introduce Alex Solard, is that how you pronounce your name? From R3 Consulting.
Yes, thank you, everyone. So this is our annual rate adjustment, which is part of the franchise agreement. These are costs that Recology is incurring as inflation, and Alex will explain in greater detail. The bottom line up front is the rate increase is quite small this year. For someone with the smallest of trash cans, the 20-gallon cart, it is about a 35-cent increase this year. But with that, I'll turn it over to Alex from R3 Consulting. Thanks, Alex.
Hi, council members. Alex Soulard with R3 Consulting. So R3 is a solid waste consultant for the city. We do work primarily for public agencies, not for haulers, but we do work well with them. So tonight we'll be discussing your proposed January 1st, 2026 rate increase. Next slide, please. And we'll give you some background about how that increase is calculated and the methodology that went into it, and then we'll be providing you with the updated rates as well. Next slide, please. So the city's garbage hauler, Recology, is allowed an annual rate increase in the franchise agreement that they have with the city of Healdsburg. So section 7.3 of that agreement outlines the methodology for that, how it's calculated, and how that math is actually applied to it, and then how the increase takes place. This rate increase will be taking place January 1st, 2026. Next slide, please. So the overall rate adjustment, it basically does account for, so for the residential customers, for a 20-gallon can, it'll be about 35 cents, as Larry said. And then for a 96-gallon can, it'll be about 96, or it'll be about $1.49 increase. The commercial rates will increase from 1.95 to 7.12%, depending on the bin size and frequency of pickup. That is primarily around approximately 3% for most businesses, most standard types of sizes of bins. But for some of the overages, for overflowing carts and stuff, there are some additional costs that do come up to that 7.12%. So next slide, please. So there are several different components that make up the rate increase in your franchise agreement. So there's a collection component, which is basically to compensate for the collection of the materials, the disposal tipping fee, which compensates for the disposal materials at the landfill, and then the compostable materials tipping fee, which compensates for the processing and the composting of those compostable materials. There's also a retroactive piece, which does the rate increases for both the disposal facilities and the composting facilities do increase. The county increases those April of each year. And so there is a retroactive piece that does compensate Recology for the months between April and when the increase actually happens in January. Next slide, please. So the collection component. So the collection component alone uses different categories: so labor, fuel, vehicle replacement, vehicle maintenance, recycling, processing revenue, and an all other category to divide and basically weight the annual expenses for Recology. These percentages are then multiplied against the Bureau of Labor Statistics for each one of those categories. So each one of those has a Bureau of Labor Statistics component that is looked up and confirmed. And then they're added up to, those add up to the total collection component. Yeah, next slide, please. So this is what the increase looks like for this year. So there was increases for labor costs, for vehicle replacement, for the recycled processing revenue. There was a reduction in fuel costs, and it has been the second year that you have seen a reduction in fuel costs as part of this process. So that is the collection component alone. Next slide. So the disposal and compostable materials components, so the disposal tipping fee at the landfill did increase from $164.92 to $171.63. And that is a 4.1% increase. The compostable materials component did just go up 0.51% this year. So just a slight increase in those costs. But basically, and then the last bullet is basically that those rates do increase April of 2025. So there's 9 months that are carried over by recology, and there is this retroactive piece as well. Next slide. So this is the rates for the different residential carts. So we have the 2025 rate and the proposed 2026 rate. There is a correction on that first 20-gallon cart rate increase, so that should be 35 cents. But otherwise, you're looking at $1.49 for the 96-gallon cart. And then we can compare it on the next slide with some other rates. So next slide, please. This is the comparison. Everyone wants to know how you compare with the rest of the pack, basically. And so Healdsburg does have a slightly higher 20-gallon cart rate. It's about 4.5% for the proposed rate above the rest of the communities in Sonoma County. But the 96-gallon cart does have a 32.8% lower rate than the average for Sonoma County. And that is the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Any questions from staff? Council? Staff, sorry. No questions, so I'll open it up to public comment to see if anybody has any comments about this item. Not seeing anyone come forward. We'll bring it back for a motion.
I'd like to offer a resolution of the City Council of the City of Healdsburg approving maximum authorized rates for refuse collection and disposal services fees effective as of the January 2026 billing cycle.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Higley?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harrod?
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell?
Yes. Thank you both. Okay, so now moving on to 9B, percent for arts program introduction. Arts and Culture Program Administrator Tyron, is it Tyron? Nicole Taryn, and Community Services Director Mark Thiemann. Taryn is, I assume, online?
She will join us remotely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So thank you as she comes online. Okay, great. She'll have to turn her camera on. There we go. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So this is one of the first kind of major initiatives out of the arts and culture plan that is more systematic in nature in terms of supporting arts and culture. As you know, we've issued a number of arts and culture grants. The committee is super energized and doing a lot of different work on their own in addition with Taryn. And this brings forward an introduction of a concept that's set forth in the Arts and Culture Master Plan for Percent for Arts. So I'm going to turn it over to Taryn, who's been on board with the city now for just over a year and helping us kind of facilitate all the different arts and culture things. So Taryn, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Director Thiemann. Hello, Mayor, members of council. Staff and the Arts and Culture Commission are very pleased to present a preliminary framework for Percent for Art program in Healdsburg for City Council's feedback and direction. Next slide, please. A key part of the vision outlined by the city's Arts and Culture Master Plan is a robust, community-centric public art program, and one potential funding source for cultural presence of this sort is a Percent for Arts program. Next slide, please. The following is a timeline that charts the city's progress towards a Percent for Art program, starting in 2007 with the city's adoption of a public art policy to 2025 when the City Council adopted the development of a potential Percent for Arts program among its goals. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
We have a little bit of delay on our end, Taryn, so hang tight. There we go.
No problem. Wonderful, thank you. Broadly speaking, Percent for Arts programs apply to municipal capital improvement projects and private commercial and residential development where a specified percentage of the total project budget is set aside for public art. Typically, these programs act as one funding component in a comprehensive arts and culture program. The framework you'll be reviewing tonight was drafted after staff compared data from California communities of similar scale and economic circumstance as Healdsburg that have active Percent for Arts programs. Through this analysis, staff identified key components of Percent for Art programs, and the Arts and Culture Commission made recommendations for a framework that focuses on considerations for Healdsburg. Next slide, please. Standard components of most Percent for Arts programs across the state include the proposed percentage amount, minimum threshold, what projects are commonly exempted from the program requirements, how does the program apply to renovations or reconstruction, how are construction costs determined, and more. Next slide, please. This preliminary framework for Percent for Art program, formulated specifically for Healdsburg, starts with the proposed percentage amount. The city's Arts and Culture Master Plan recommends that 2% of construction costs be set aside for public art. Considering that the average percentage amount in Percent for Arts programs across the country is between 1% and 2%, the Arts and Culture Commission recommended a percentage amount of 1.5% for a program like this in Healdsburg. This percentage amount of 1.5% would apply to private, non-residential developments, and for private residential developments of 5 units or more, a percentage of 0.5% would apply. Next slide, please. In terms of the thresholds, the average threshold for these programs, both in California and nationally, falls between $250,000 and $500,000. As such, the Arts and Culture Commission recommends that the minimum threshold for requiring the public art contribution is a construction cost of $300,000 or more. Next slide, please. Almost all cities offer the option to pay an in-lieu fee to the Public Art Fund rather than installing public art on site, and this fee would function much like an aesthetic land use control. In this framework, the in-lieu fee is proposed to be a 1% of a development's construction cost. Next slide, please. Many cities have the same public art requirements for both new construction and renovations, and this framework features the same criteria, that is, a proposed percentage amount of 1.5% and a minimum threshold of $300,000. Next slide, please. Certain public projects receive funding from multiple sources, such as granting entities and federal agencies. And in some cases, those sources may limit funding to serving a specific purpose, meaning that the funding sometimes cannot be spent on public art. In recognition of this, future public projects could possibly incorporate public art as part of grant applications. Next slide, please. Most cities include limited exceptions to the public art requirement. Some exceptions to public projects that may be acceptable for Percent for Art program in Healdsburg include the construction, remodel, repair, or reconstruction of affordable housing developments, nonprofit agencies, structures damaged by fire, flood, wind, or earthquake, public infrastructure repair and maintenance projects, and more. Next slide, please. It should be noted that exemptions such as fire sprinkler installation and ADA compliance and similar projects are not applicable where these are a portion of a larger project. This exemption list is not intended to exempt parts of a major improvement project when calculating the total project cost. Next slide, please. So in terms of private projects, the most important note here is that single-family homes in projects of 4 or less would be exempted from this program entirely. Otherwise, very similar exemptions apply for private projects as for public projects. Next slide, please. For public projects, the construction cost may refer to the project cost estimates, for example, at 50% of construction drawing stage. In private projects, it would truly depend on the scale of the project. In small-scale projects, this may be the evaluation provided on the building permit. In large-scale projects, the developer would submit a worksheet detailing the valuation of the project comprised of its different components. And in phase development, the fee may be determined at the time of initial application and then reviewed additionally during subsequent phases of the development. Next slide, please. Cities with active Percent for Arts programs establish dedicated public art funds or cultural trusts. And so in this framework, a public art fund would be established by City Council, and the funds received will be restricted for use according to the fund's criteria. Next slide, please. The public art contribution may be spent only on costs directly associated with the acquisition and installation of public art, such as artist fees, assistant fees, permits, insurance, transportation of the public art, preparation of the site, and more. Next slide, please. Likewise, costs such as promotional activities, developers' project management costs, the cost of locating the artist, and land costs would be considered ineligible expenses that could not be paid out of the public art contribution. Next slide, please. In terms of the preferred timeline for completion of the public art component, the recommendation is to install the public art on site during construction of the development so that the public art is incorporated as a fully integrated component. However, the city or the private developer could elect to install the artwork up to 6 months after the project completion, and for private projects, the developer would be asked to provide security equal to the value of the proposed public art. Next slide. Before the building permit or certificate of occupancy for a development project could be issued, an art installation proposal would be reviewed according to the revised public art policy, and the budget for the public art reviewed by the Arts and Culture Program Administrator. The completed public art at the development site must be consistent with the proposal and budget received and approved by the city. Next slide, please. In terms of ownership, the ownership follows the commissioner of the public art project. So for public projects, the title of the public art commissioned by the City of Healdsburg would be transferred to the City of Healdsburg, and the city would maintain and preserve the public artwork per the California Preservation of Works of Art Act. For private projects, the developer would own and maintain the public art. The public art must be installed on the project site for 20 years or longer, and if the private development is sold, the title to artworks shall pass to all successive owners of the development. Next slide, please. If the council recommends that staff proceed with development of this program, the following steps would include an update to the city's public art policy and creation of a dedicated public art fund. Staff would bring forward proposed revisions to the city's public art policy at a later time, and staff would work with the city's finance department and city manager's office to determine criteria for a public art fund for the city council's consideration. Next slide, please. At this time, the recommended actions are to receive an introductory presentation and information on Percent for Arts programs and potential criteria for establishing a Percent for Arts program in Healdsburg, and provide feedback to staff for the program's continued development. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that report. Do you have more, Director Thiem? Okay. Council have questions? Ron.
Yeah, I do. I have a couple of questions on that. When we're talking about the developer can provide the art, who would determine if the art that the developer is proposing meets the 1%?
So that is something that staff is actively working with different department heads to determine how that valuation exactly would be determined. So in the case that a developer has a proposed work of art in mind, they would submit a budget for their entire project to the city for review. And the Arts and Culture Program Administrator would review that budget and see if it is compliant with the Percent for Art program and if it aligns and meets the expectations of the revised public art policy.
Okay, I'm still confused on that because
Okay.
there's different levels of artists, like a Rembrandt, could be the same size as painting that I draw, and my painting would get 50 cents and the Rembrandt goes for a lot. So as I understand, artists in the eye of the beholder. So how we're saying a commission or somebody would be determining that value?
Taryn, if I could help, maybe.
Absolutely.
I think the question is, and maybe you can provide some of your expertise on this, is how does the city know that a particular piece of art actually is worth, for example, $100,000? And that is a very, very valid question. So.
Absolutely. So I think one of the really key things to note here is that we would, if the city council recommends we proceed with the development of this program, we would need to develop a public art policy. The public art policy would contain the definition of what a professional artist is and what acceptable works of art are. And in some cases, the public art policy might recommend that a developer provide a certificate that is actually created by an art appraiser that would confirm the value of the work of art, or a public art selection committee would be able to verify the credentials of the artist, and the artist's previous works would be evaluated too. So if there's a running history that the artist has of creating public works of art of a specific value, then that would confirm whether or not the works of art that are being proposed for that developer are of that monetary value. So for instance, if a developer wanted to work with a specific artist, they would need to show evidence that that artist had completed works of art of a similar scale and a similar value for other public projects or private projects as part of the artist's resume.
And then how would there be an appeal process that if the developer thought, I don't want to get political, but if somebody said, well, I have an artwork from Biden and those arts were selling for a lot of money, they could come back and say, well, these previous art pieces sold for this, and this is what we're paying the artist. And if the people who are reviewing this say, well, we don't believe that, what would be the appeal process for the developer with this?
So if I could help. So under the public art policy, the current and the proposed revisions, at the end of the day, the approval for the installation of public art is at the city council's discretion. So as it moved through the commission review process and went to city council, that valuation would be established, and that would be their opportunity. If for some reason staff determined or the commission determined that it didn't meet the valuation, certainly that applicant could appeal it to the city council. I don't think that's likely. In fact, we'll probably have situations where the valuation would likely exceed the monetary contribution that's required. So at the end of the day, city council will approve each public art installation under the existing ordinance or existing policy and the proposed revisions.
Okay, and then would the 300,000, would that apply to ADUs? If somebody wanted to put an ADU in, would they have to pay the 1%?
Single family, residential, including ADUs, would be exempt.
Okay. And then maintenance of these art projects, would that be the responsibility of the city once it's been handed over to the city? So if there's graffiti, who would be responsible for getting that cleaned up?
So it's going to depend on ownership. So if it's a private work of art, for example, if you drive north on Healdsburg Avenue, past the fire station in the development On the west side, there is a public art installation that was installed by the developer, and that homeowners association has responsibility for maintaining that. We have different arrangement. For example, the artwork that's on the Foss Creek Pathway is on loan from the Voigt Family Foundation, Voigt Family Sculpture Foundation. And there's a shared maintenance responsibility. The city takes care of minor maintenance. If there's a major issue with that, like it gets stolen, then the Voigt Family Sculpture Foundation will step in and help repair that if it's repairable and replaceable. So it'll depend on the situation, but private works of art that are funded by a developer will remain private. Works of art that are purchased by the city would typically become public responsibility.
So if somebody put a piece of artwork in, that would be part of the selling price. It would be part of the agreement when they transferred. If they were to sell the property, there would be some type of agreement that would involve the city in that, because we require that, so it would be part of the contract?
Correct. There would be requirements as part of the development process that would obligate that developer to leave that particular piece of art and maintain it for, I believe it's a 20-year minimum period. Is that correct, Taryn?
Yes, 20
Yeah,
years.
20-year period.
And then after the 20 years, what happens?
To be determined at that point in time. It could be something that's replaced. They could continue to retain it there. My guess is the artwork that's on Healdsburg Avenue north of the fire station has been there probably 15 years or so. So this puts more kind of more of a framework around that kind of installation.
And the reason we're not saying it is in perpetuity is, in other words, it always has to be there? Is there a reason why that's not?
It's a good question. We have not put together the actual ordinance language. We wanted to have this step first. And so I think if that's something that City Council is interested in, that's certainly something we could incorporate into the actual ordinance, that this particular commitment, lives on past a 20-year period.
Right, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I think some of your questions are arising from the fact that we're kind of feels like we're stepping into a wilderness here. There's a lot of unknown questions, and if you're not an art expert, how do we rule in these cases and so on. But I just want to acknowledge that it's really clear in the staff report that there's a lot of reference to a lot of other programs in other communities here. So I personally feel confident in most of the recommendations that are coming forward as being something workable for us, being that they've been tested in a lot of other communities. So thank you for all that work and that research. My question is, first of all, and I feel like I'm crashing Councilmember Higley's party here, but are we able to make sure that local artists are given preference in this selection of art? We have a lot of really important professional worldwide artists in our region. Doesn't have to be city limits, right? That would be a really great direction for this to go, I think. So just want to throw that out there. I don't know if that's really prohibitive or not, but do you have any thoughts on that, Taryn?
There are certainly Percent for Art programs that exist, and even some local ones that request that, or that they state that these opportunities should be, it's very, very encouraged that local artists apply, and wherever possible, if local artists meet the same qualifications as any other professional artist, that they are given a higher level of consideration. So that is something that certain Percent for Art programs do, and it's something that that we could certainly look at.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Next question I have is, do you have an idea how many developers opt to pay the in lieu amount into the fund as opposed to installing artwork?
It really depends. Certain developers see the opportunity to install public art on site as an opportunity to, increase the aesthetic value of their development, and they get to retain that value within their site on their property. So in certain cases, developers prefer that, and in other cases, even dealing with a work of public art is a big undertaking, a big investment, and it's something that not every developer wishes to undertake especially if this doesn't apply so much to the city of Healdsburg, but if that developer represents a corporate chain that typically doesn't have public art as a part of their corporate identity, they will often rather dedicate the in lieu fee to the public art fund. So they're differing instances, and we've seen a case made for both. But what you will see there is in this proposal that we've outlined is that should a developer opt to instead pay the in lieu fee, they would pay 1% of the total construction cost as opposed to 1.5%. So that is something that might encourage them to consider that so that the city can invest in a public art program as the years go along.
And you just answered my third question. Thank you.
Questions? You have questions?
Yeah.
Councilmember Higley?
So you had mentioned a couple of developments that already have art incorporated. How did that happen? Because we clearly didn't have a policy. And I know a couple of projects, and even I think Mill District, I'm not sure if it's an art piece or I think it's more of a playground, but it's really cool looking. So just curious how those were negotiated in, or was it the developer saying, hey, this is going to be aesthetic for this project and increase value?
So I don't know the history of the artwork that was installed on Healdsburg Avenue, unfortunately, with that development. I do know the conversations we had with Mill District about public art was that we were working on the Arts and Cultural Master Plan, and public art was an important element that the city was pursuing. And in that case, Mill District was very positive about offering that opportunity to do public art as part of their project in a variety of ways. The play area, their signage that they've installed has that element. And so it really depends on the actual developer and what their interests are. I think, Taryn, as she summarized it, some developers see art as a really critical component of their project, like landscaping. Others maybe not so much, and they don't have that expertise.
And then just to clarify, so the Arts and Culture Program Administrator, is that Taryn's position then?
Correct.
So she would be the one reviewing?
Yes.
And then I guess you kind of talked about it. So it's not just a rubber stamp. If there's questions about art, you talked about could potentially end up going to the Arts and Culture Commission. And if they don't like the art, then it ends up at City Council as an appeal. So what's the anticipated timeline when you're looking at a development project? Because all of this is subject to, you have to get this all squared away before you get a permit.
Right. That's a really good question. So I think there'll be enough engagement early on and revision. So if council might recall, those of you who've been on council for a while, this whole process started back with an art proposal for the West Plaza that was a couple of individuals who were dancing in a barrel on grapes. And the intent at the time was to represent the history of Healdsburg. And when it came to the commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, they're like, we don't really understand this. How do we figure this out? And so part of what will need to happen if City Council chooses to move forward with this program is that we need to provide, as Taryn mentioned, some better definition to art and what it is. And so we can give developers, if they choose to do art on their own, that advice ahead of time. Like if you're looking at doing something here in Healdsburg, this is the context that you're going to work with, that you need to work with. I don't think you'll have a situation, or it'll be very rare, where something comes to you that's not supported by the developer and by staff and the commission. I think we'll be able to work through that process.
Yeah, I remember Windsor had that slice of Swiss cheese, remember that? They wanted to put in a roundabout.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody lost their minds.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
Oh, of course. I also would just want to mention that in speaking to local public art program managers, almost globally, very few of them reported really having any issues with the artwork that developers selected to install on their site. And in general, if developers wanted to go through the process of selecting artwork, it was something that they took seriously. And the aesthetic would often be something that's more abstract and more appreciated by a broad population, and something that didn't really pose much of a problem, such that it would ever escalate to being reviewed, you know, in the form of an appeal by the city council. So while it's important to take all of these considerations into account, actually analyzing these programs in practice showed that there was relatively little, there were few instances where the selection of artwork by developers posed a problem.
And then final one, I think Councilmember Edwards raised a good point about value and, you know, but then it also kind of led me back to kind of Councilmember Harrod's point when you're, you know, it seems like the way you describe the screening process and establishing value and the history and what other public art somebody's done, you're really skewing to the professional artists versus, say, a Healdsburg High School art kids or, you know, something else where, you know, part of, I think, our motivation behind supporting the arts is really to elevate, you know, artists that may not be internationally recognized and, you know, have this huge resume for doing other projects. So it's just kind of, you know, it's a concern, but that's more of a comment than a question, I guess. Sorry.
There are programs even locally that feature a mentor or an established artist who will be paired with an established local artist in some cases to form an artist team, and they fulfill the public art requirement that way. So there's support for local artists as well as the expertise of a more established artist. We've seen that happen in certain cases. And then in other cases, the city has enlisted the services of a professional established artist who then works with the local school district or local nonprofit groups to create community-based artworks. So there's still the oversight of a professional to ensure that the work can endure for the required number of years, but involvement of the local community and sometimes local students occurs as part of the same project. So there are definitely ways, depending on the scope and the intent of the project, where local, less experienced artists can be given opportunities as well.
So I just had a couple of questions. Do you still want to wait or do you want to go? Okay. Minor. So I just wanted to understand the potential appeal process that somehow that this public art could come back to the city council for approval. I kind of find that odd.
It actually would come, the art would come to city council for approval, not necessarily on appeal. So I apologize if that's how it was worded. So the way our current public art policy is written, city council has the decision-making authority for public art to be installed. We haven't had many of those. You might remember a couple years ago, we had a couple pieces on the Foss Creek pathway that were donated, and that came through that process. And so, again, I don't think it's an appeal about not getting support for the artwork. I think it's more of city council gives its approval for the art to be installed, if that helps.
That does help, but still, it's the city council making that decision. The public art fund that we talk about paying in lieu, potentially paying an in lieu fee to, what would that be used and how would that money get allocated?
So I'll defer that back to Taryn.
Absolutely. So the way that those funds typically work is because there are, let's say, 5 developers over the course of a year, for the sake of this conversation, elect to pay a fee into the public art fund. what would happen is the city, working with the Arts and Culture Commission, city staff, and the approval of the city council, would often, what happens is a annual plan is determined for that, how that money would be expended. And it creates a lot of flexibility in terms of what the city would like to see for its public art program. So in certain cases, all of that entire fund may be dedicated to the installation of a monumental work of art, or smaller works of art or murals could be funded at multiple different locations. So the Public Art Fund creates a lot of opportunity for the city staff and the Arts and Culture Commission to speak into what the priorities are for art and culture across the entire city over the course of a year, or it could be more depending on how the art policy is drafted.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just quickly, that money wouldn't necessarily need to go to public visual art, though. I mean, it could be allocated towards a dance troupe or something like that. The city wanted to support something like along those lines.
Correct. And that's part of the criteria we'd bring back to City Council in creating the fund. So you would actually dictate how those dollars could be used. You may have seen the city of Napa recently allocated arts and culture funding for a new playground because it had an artistic design component. They also did a pretty unique piece of art in a roundabout that was controversial amongst their community. And so those were all funded not by developers, but by developer contributions that went into this fund.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll open this up to public comment. Anybody like to come forward and comment on this? No? Not seeing anyone come forward. All right, we'll bring it back for further comment. Ariel.
Thank you. I think this is, I remember reading this in the Arts and Culture Master Plan adoption and kind of hearing about it in the community when the creative leadership team was forming. And I remember those days back in 2016 on the Parks and Rec Commission when we were grappling with what to do about offered donated art that it is truly in the eye of the beholder, and it is tricky to how to navigate those challenging issues when someone's offering a gift, but it might not be as valuable to, visually to those receiving it. So remembering back then in 2016, which almost 10 years ago, we were really saying, we really need a set of policies so we can have a lens to analyze this through. So I'm glad to see this moving forward, albeit more slowly, but we did have, a couple major wildfires and a pandemic to grapple with since then. So I'll give us some grace. But I think I do like the direction that this is headed. I know that we have seen developers on kind of one-off basis bring in public art, and it is happening kind of already organically in some parts of the city, but not being done in a way where we really have, a uniform approach to it. And so, for example, Hotel Healdsburg H2 has the spoon sculpture along kind of the entryway sidewalk there that is really unique and interesting, and you can hear it and the water and the spoons and all that. And I think that's a local artist too who made it, I believe. So just interesting that you kind of see these things happen organically. And then I remember talking with the developers of Appalachian, and back when they were submitting their application in the early days of that master plan concept for North Village, and they said, we can't believe Healdsburg isn't requiring us to put in public art. Everywhere we've developed hotels, they've required public art. And so they said, we would gladly pay a fee or put something in because we think that should really be a part and parcel to how development happens in the community. So it's been something where there's kind of been these breadcrumbs along the way that I feel like is really, we are evolving as a community. And I think the level of where the expectation of the community and of our visitors, as well as kind of how elevated our arts scene is in the community. I mean, talking about culinary arts, Single Thread just won #1 restaurant in the world on another restaurant list yet again, right? Like, we're doing a lot of world-class things in this really amazing small town. And so I think to be able to ensure that future development, that we're talking about public art and incorporating it into how we design the community moving forward, I think makes a ton of sense. And I think especially that we've already seen people kind of opting in to do it, but not in a holistic way. So all that to be said, I think the proposal as it stands with the different percentages and having kind of the nuanced proposal, excluding residential single-family homes, makes sense, excluding those like remodels and other things where you really wouldn't want it to be triggered if someone wants to do a renovation. And then all of the other categories of, we wouldn't apply it if it was like, rebuilding after a natural disaster or something like that. So I'm supportive of it. I think the part that I'm a little bit unsure about, and I'd like to see us find a way forward, is like for municipal buildings and for city buildings. The idea that I think incorporating public art is really important, but I don't know how we would. Most of the capital projects that we do, we're already trying to scrape different pots of money. You think about how we built the fire station at North Village and how complicated that funding formula was to get there. So I'm not sure how, like, departmentally, how we would fund for municipal projects. But I mean, that's why you guys get, you get to solve these complicated issues and we just sit up here. So I think that's one of the areas where I'm a little unsure, but otherwise I appreciate the approach and want to see it move forward. Thank you. And I agree with my colleagues that us being the arbiter of art is, you've failed on a lot of steps if art is coming to us to be reviewed. So I just want to put that out there. That it would be great to have a different outcome that doesn't involve us looking at art. Thank you.
Councilmember Hagley, you want to talk? Did you want to say something?
If I could, in regards to the public projects, we've had a few meetings with department heads, kind of talked about the implications. And one of the things that our Public Works Director, Larry Zimmer, said is, like, if he knows ahead of time, there are certain funding sources where he can include artwork as an eligible expense if the grant allows it. And I think that's kind of the evolution that we continue to work towards, recognizing that at the end of the day, delivering the public works project is the project. And so kind of figuring out how that process all works is something that I think we'll continue to work on.
Councilmember Hagley.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, and I agree with the I like that the different developments have incorporated art, whether it's the Mill District and the playground being art, and that's what we talked about initially was, and we're kind of seeing that even with the Magical Bridge project. Art is everywhere. Where I struggle with is just the concept of a percent for the art, just blanket across the board. I think you talked about the value and trying to assess value and all these different things that come in that I think is that I would struggle with, considering that right now we are doing everything we can. I mean, one of our council goals for this year, and we had a presentation, was how do you cut costs to encourage development and housing and everything else. And granted, this excludes affordable housing and units under like 4 and under. But I mean, when I look at this, I look at the list of what, the proposal is to add this tax on, or this additional fee on of 1.5% to the total project costs. Then here's another, we're going to tack that on. You're looking at, apartment buildings and anything above that. I struggle with that when we're trying to make, trying to get these projects off the ground, to have these hoops, just, the descriptions, it's a lot of hoops you've got to jump through to be able to get this. There's, and it's not just the cost, but the potential delays. because it's subject to getting the stamp of approval, which potentially could include an appeals process, going before city council. And to your point, I mean, can we just imagine an appeal on an art project for a development that gets tangled up into somebody's opinion about the development, where the discussion is not about the art itself? And I mean, that's just chaos. And so I struggle with that aspect. I think adding additional costs, like having a 1.5% to city projects, I think is just ridiculous. To your point, I think we're very clear that it's important that art is part of what we're looking at, whatever we're doing at the city, and it's being woven into it. And there are grant programs available. And you just said, Larry's like, well, if there's an opportunity to do something, then we can work it in and categorize it this way. And so I prefer that approach versus a blanket, we're going to add another 1.5% cost to a city's project, which really is a feedback on the residents. Now, I do believe we need, there's going to be projects that come up or something that needs to be funded, or some ideas that come from the Arts and Culture Commission. My preference is not to move forward with a percentage for the arts, but I would rather have that, sorry, Mark, come from the community services budget and be project based. So if it's something that's on, instead of adding another fee to a development project that the city's doing, saying, hey, this is what we want to do. Here's a mural, here's a sculpture, here's something else for the city project. And it's something that we budget for. I mean, to me, I would be more inclined to that. Now we have something that has a cost that's kind of already gone through the vetting process. So then we're looking at, all right, Jeff, we want to do this, find us the money for that kind of thing, which then he'll call you so you can find. But that's kind of where my head goes with this. I'm really uncomfortable with just a stream of funds that gets tacked on to where we're trying to look for ways to spend it. That's one of my pet peeves with government. It's just, oh, let's just spend it versus here is a project. We've done pretty well in Healdsburg so far. I mean, Fitch Mountain, when that art project came in, that was through grant funding. And with developers, again, I agree. If the developers are, a lot of the projects that we all mentioned are subject to development agreements. So it could be part of that. And now it's part of a discussion of, like with the Mill District, we want $1 million for a fire truck. And we want funding for art, and this is kind of what we're looking at, and maybe then they've got to come up with something, whatever. But that's kind of where I go with this. It's not about the art or the lack of desire to have art, or this is a shun on the Arts Commission or any of that. I struggle with adding a fee, a tax, or whatever you want to call it, to development projects on much needed housing, no matter what size. There may be important developments that we need. And if we're talking about larger projects, those typically are going to be subject to a development agreement. And I feel like that's the appropriate place to talk about that. And so those are kind of my thoughts on this. I really appreciate the work and the totality of what was presented. And I think there's a lot of valuable information in there. I think some of the steps on evaluating and that process is important. It's how the funds are generated that I struggle with. And I struggled with this when it was put into the Arts and Culture Master Plan. And I've said this before, just because we have a plan doesn't mean we have to do everything in there. I think we have like 18 different parking studies that tell us we should have paid parking downtown. And over said, nope. So anyway, I appreciate all the time spent on this, and I don't consider it wasted time. I think there's a lot of valuable information, but my direction would be to look toward, continue with what we're doing in terms of art that comes up, what's the value of that, and then we budget for it through the community services budget, which ultimately is funded by the visitors that come here. Thank you.
Councilmember Edwards?
I know this isn't complete thing, but it would be nice, as Councilwoman Kelly said, that developers didn't know about it, so we could offer it to them. I don't know how many would come up with it, but I don't even know if they're, when they're going through the process of saying, hey, we would like to have some art in this. Is this something you'd want to have part of your project? As far as an ask, and make them aware that it's an availability. And it's like selling an extended warranty. I'm not sure everybody would go for it, but there would be some people that go, yeah, I'd like to add this to our project to add value that we hadn't thought about it before. Have them come forward with something like that. I don't know how practical something like that would work, but if somebody's not aware of something, they're not aware that they can do it. Is my thinking, is that we could put the light bulb, we could turn that light bulb on and say, hey, this might enhance your project. Is this something you would consider?
Vice Mayor.
I think this is an excellent way to go personally, because I think there's already a lot of acceptance amongst developers to accept this, to incorporate this 1%. I don't want to think of it as an add-on. I think what it does is it basically conveys a community interest to people who are building in Healdsburg, many developers already have this interest, and that's to make something that's not just a building, not just housing, but something that has character, livability, fits into the community, and that's what art does. It's not really wise to think about this as an extra. And I'm not worried about it being prohibitive. I don't think anybody's going to turn away from an opportunity to build because of it. And I think it basically conveys something really important in terms of the values that this community has for kind of buildings and developments that we have in this community. And I think that's been kind of at the heart of the whole arts and culture process now for nearly 10 years. And I think there's already a ton of momentum in terms of reimagining ourselves as an arts forward community, not just in terms of what we like and what we want to see and how we live, but also just economically. I mean, I think that this community is looking for economic diversity. Now we feel like we have a lot of our eggs in one basket, and now where's the momentum? Where's the interest? We have tons of galleries downtown. It's a big part of why people come to Healdsburg, why people enjoy Healdsburg, why people live here. And so it's not foolish to put energy into that stream, because it's this very vital source in this town. And I think it's important to bake it in to everything that we're doing, and a little tiny bit, 1%. And so it's like I said, most people are going to do it voluntarily, and it's really, I don't think it's wise to think of some sort of embellishment like this as just an extra. So I think the work that Terrence done here is gives me a lot of faith in the project, in terms, especially as I mentioned before, her reference to other communities. I'm not worried about it coming to council at one point. I mean, at that point, we're not ruling on the artwork. We're ruling on whether the artistic experts have been consulted properly. We're going to say, no, who looked at this? And we'll have to trust that there's a process in place for that, and scrutinize that. We don't have to say whether we think it's pretty or not. So I'm not worried about that aspect at all. So I hope to see this this program move forward.
So I sort of come in the middle, I think. And I actually am in the middle here, but I think this program is good. I think it's an important one. I also don't want us to rush it. I think it's really just kind of in its baby stages. And, to Councilmember Hagley's point, I think the affordability, I think, is a key. So personally, I think 1.5% is too high. I think we come out of the gate really high like that. I'm uncomfortable with that. I'd recommend lowering it to 3/4 or 1% at the most, which many cities, according to the list that I saw, were at 1%. I don't know where we got 1.5%. But, and continuing kind of on that affordability aspect, I think the threshold is too low. $300,000 doesn't buy you much in this town, I can tell you that. So I think it should be higher. And I think in like Petaluma and Santa Rosa both are 500,000, and Sebastopol's $1 million. And Sebastopol's probably more like the land in Healdsburg, right, as far as its cost and whatnot. So I think the threshold should be higher. And Scott maybe could even tell us how many permits he's issued recently that are like close to $1 million or over $1 million. Is that a bad question to ask you right now? Probably most of them. So yeah, I mean, I think that I would want to see that. I think any undergrounding projects should be exempt for the city. I think that the undergrounding, it makes no sense at all in my mind to charge the city, and then it really becomes a tax on the community. Right?
I think it is exempt.
Okay.
That kind of project, yeah.
So I just want, okay, it may be, but I just want to kind of restate my thinking, because I know there's a lot of detail here, but the things that stood out to me. And projects with grant funding should be exempt unless the grant specifically allows us to include it as a charge, because we already have a hard time coming up with matching funds sometimes for the grants. So again, I think that would be an issue. I would want to see that exempt as well. And using general fund from city projects is really taking away from public safety, right? Because the general fund funds police and fire, and they're already squeezed. So I just worry about that too, as far as on the city projects. I think that's a problem. Maybe there could be even a legal argument again. On the ratepayers, enterprise funds. I don't think it should be on those either, because those are ratepayer funds that we always try to keep the costs down, and we shouldn't be adding percentages to those too. So let's see, what else have I got here? I think that covers my concerns, but the biggest ones are the rate. The 1%, 1.5 is too high in my opinion. It should be at most 1, and the minimum should be at least 500,000, but I prefer $1 million, because I think in Healdsburg, if we're issuing permits at $1 million, that makes more sense. And so I just feel like this is sort of partially baked. I think we need to take our time and be really intentional about these things, because it could have some far-reaching effects, unintended consequences if we're not careful. But I think we can get both. Those are my comments. Ariel?
Apologies. I feel like when you start off, then you hear what everyone else has to say, and then you want to weigh in again. So I do think, in a perfect world, we are able to allocate more resource through our community services budget towards the arts. I think that we've been kind of tiptoeing into this realm, and to Councilmember Hagley's point around, how do we use the funds that we already have, that we're already collecting as bed tax, and allocate more of that resource to the arts umbrella. And I definitely want to support that. I think for the idea around the thresholds, I agree with Mayor Mitchell that I think we should raise the threshold. And we totally just put Director Diamond on the spot to say how many projects are in at what level, but I think that should be part of the analysis at the next step of this, if possible. And it doesn't have to be a super deep dive, but really getting a sense of if we increase that threshold above 300,000, which I agree we should do, should it be 500,000? Should it be $1 million? And what does that look like based on the history of projects that have come in? And then I think getting back to Councilmember Hagley's point around, the development agreements, and that is something that, we have historically in a lot of these major developments, whether it's North Village, Montage, Saggio Hills, or Mill District, those are all governed by these development agreements. And I want to just remind everyone that the reason why we have, say, a playground at Mill District is because we have a fee associated, the Quimby Act fees or whatever, that it's a set fee on developers to pay into a parks fund, or they can build one on site. And so it was the fact that we have that fee on development for parks and playgrounds that then sets that baseline. It sets the table for that negotiation that happens in a development agreement. And so same thing with why Saggio Hills donated the land for the park, because either they were going to donate land valued at X, or they were going to have to pay a fee. So I think that's, in my mind, what likely would happen in practice is if we have this 1% fee or whatever it is, that sets the table for those development agreement conversations. And when the city manager is negotiating that with, the council giving direction, it's like you come back with we analyze what the value of this project's going to be, and we think 1% would be this number, and that's how you figure out what would be allocated towards the arts. But you're setting a baseline, so there's an expectation there that there is going to be funding going towards parks, going towards arts. I want to remind everyone that Montage and that whole development, it took a decade or more to get, the project done. But at the end of the day, they turned around and sold the hotel for $260 million. So it's not like these folks didn't make money developing in our community, even though the city asked for them to help build a fire station, donate land for affordable housing, do the grading. They paid for all of that. And yet they still, are benefiting greatly from extracting from this community, and we're asking for art for the public in exchange. And I think that that's a reasonable negotiation. I think putting in mind what the baseline threshold should be so that we're not making it insurmountable to build those projects. And I wish we were building apartment buildings. We're about to get one for the first time in a decade that's, not a deed restricted affordable project. And so I'm excited to see that get built. And I don't think it's the 1% for the arts, unfortunately, that's going to make or break the future, housing projects. But I do think we should be mindful of that. And if we are hearing or seeing that if we put a fee on housing for art, if it ends up being problematic, then I think we exempt housing, if that's, what we hear, in terms of response. But to me, I think the type of development we're seeing in this community, I mean, we are getting housing out of Montage and Mill District. It's just, it is probably different than what folks envisioned maybe in terms of, but yes, people do sleep in those bedrooms. Thanks.
Any other comments? No. So I'm not sure where we land on this. Do we agree on increasing the threshold?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, to $1 million? Or do we want Scott?
We don't need to set a number. Why don't we give direction, if everyone agrees, just to analyze these numbers and look at them a little more closely with the assumption that we think that number should be higher, and that maybe 1.5% could be lower, and just do a deeper dive on that.
I think that's fine. I'm not sure that a deeper dive is going to get the number lower at the 1.5%. I think that was increased. There aren't very many cities who have it quite that high. There are a couple that have it higher, but most of them are at 1%. So I mean, kind of right there, to me,
it was
the
1.5 one that was proposed, and it was lowered. I thought, but
was it lowered to 1? Are we saying? I'm saying we want it to be 1.
That was a suggestion, so I'm willing to look at that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. And then I think you suggested that underground projects are already in the exempt list. Okay.
Correct.
And the grant projects
Only
that
if the grant funding would be eligible, and if it's part of the application and part of the funding that they receive, is the way it's contemplated right now.
Okay, great. And would that, if it's in the potential of the grant to include arts, it doesn't make our project less desirable when they're grading it? I know there's this big grade that goes along with it. Does that, if we're asking for that, would it make it harder to get?
It's all going to have to depend on the specific grant. And if we think we're going to lose points in a competitive grant application, we would not.
Okay. Okay, good. So that would be part of this as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So threshold higher, underground, no. Okay.
Can I just?
And yes, please.
So one comment, it sounds like that's the direction we're going. I struggle with the ineligible expenditures. You included some things like project management expenses related to the art. I strongly feel like if this is the path we're going to go, then anything related to that art, having architects come down and, present or whatever, I think that should count. That
So
should be an eligible expense.
That is for a situation where the developer does not hire an architect or a arts consultant, but they elect to pay themselves a fee for making decisions about the public art component. So in any contractor fees related to the acquisition and fabrication and installation of the art by arts professionals, absolutely, those fees should come out of the art contribution fee. But in instances where a developer wishes to pay themselves a management fee to oversee the acquisition and installation of the art project, in almost every city that we've looked at, that's seen as an ineligible expense.
And the other thing that I would want to be considered by staff is looking at making sure what are the guardrails that you can put in place so that this, right now it's spelled out that you've got to get the approval before the permit is issued. And I don't know how many times I've heard from people where, we just had something with quail and condor with trying to get an inspection. The final inspection is delayed, and a delay costs money. And so I want to make sure like that should be part of the discussion. Even just the conversation here, you could see, putting it on an agenda and, okay, we've got to fit it in here and now we're a month out or whatever. I think we need to be aware of that. So I'm really concerned about the process and how can we make that, a welcoming process. That's the whole goal of, with the development or housing development or any kind of development is like, how are we, being a welcoming city to come and invest in Healdsburg. And I want to make sure that we're limiting those barriers. And that includes, making it harder to get a permit to get their construction started.
Understood. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, the permitting, we really need to look at that permitting process and how that would work, because and whether or not, it would take more people, or we've got a pretty small department. So, we would be adding this to their workload as well, presumably. So I agree. That's something that really needs to be vetted.
It's a solvable problem, I think.
I think so, but it needs to be, I think it needs to be.
I think it'd be good to hear back from staff on what they estimate this would add to the time of a project and propose a way to streamline that time.
Yeah. And I just also wanted to point out, sort of after the fact here, we just approved a 2026 calendar for community services of many, many different projects that are all art project types that the city is handling and funding. So, there's a lot already going on that I think we need to recognize it when we do it, right? So, and those are TOT money, so our visitors are paying for those.
Yes. And along those lines, we do have the closing for the Foley Family Public Art Project request for qualifications this week. And the interest has been astounding. I don't want to discourage anybody from applying, but I'm amazed at the interest in that project at that value. And I have not reviewed or looked at any of the applications yet, but it's really exciting to see how much interest there is in art in Healdsburg.
Nice.
So,
good. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback, and we'll keep working.
Keep
on
working.
this.
It's a work in progress.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we have our Compassionate Communities Initiative, When the Time Comes. Recreation Supervisor Anna Grant and Consultant Taya Levine. Welcome. Thank you for waiting for so long to get up here.
It's our pleasure. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Anna Grant, your active adult and senior services supervisor with the city of Healdsburg, and to my right is our community member, death doula, and project lead, Tay Levine. I've been working with the city of Healdsburg since mid-2017, and I came from a very long line of senior living industry locally. One of my proudest moments when we first started working with the city was the fact that we achieved the designation of an age-friendly city. And that designation equaled a commitment to our senior community, that this is a great place to grow up and a great place to grow old. And over my tenure here, I've witnessed the fact that our senior center is a vital resource for our seniors. Since COVID alone, we've doubled our membership numbers. It's very busy at the senior center when you come in those doors. There's always something fun happening. We engage our seniors in a wide range of activities and programs and services. We're an informational resource hub for seniors and their adult children that might be stopping in for age-related topics, concerns, and needs. What we provide is a trusted space and a warm and welcoming environment for our community. And many of you council members have come to a plethora of our events and had the opportunity to witness what we do firsthand, those fun and exciting things that we get to do. However, what you don't see is a conversation that happens with me weekly and typically behind a closed door. Once a week or so, I get someone who comes into the senior center who's looking for help navigating some profound, challenging, end of life and future care need questions and concerns for either themselves, their spouse, or their aging parents. They repeatedly turn to this familiar space at the senior center for help in that need. They're looking for guidance, they're looking for comfort, and they're looking for compassion. That's what we've been providing at the senior center. And that's what they've been coming to, and they've been coming to myself. Well, following an initial meeting with Taya some years back in the middle of our beautiful plaza, and some subsequent outreach to our senior center members and our Senior Citizens Advisory Commission, we came up with a place and a plan to turn to when the time comes. And that's what our community needs. And I'm going to pause there, and I'm going to hand the mic over to our community member, death doula, and project lead, Tay Levine.
Thanks, Anna. Good evening, council, mayor, and city staff. Thank you all for hanging in there until this moment. I'm honored to be able to share with you the wonderful work that we've been doing over this past year. I want to begin by sharing that when I was 34 years old, my father died suddenly. And after we took him off life support, I found myself overwhelmed, contending with my own grief, the shock of it all, and grappling with decisions that I didn't feel ready to make, particularly with the time pressures involved in attending to a Jewish person's death. Years later, it's ultimately what led me to become an end-of-life doula. And if you're curious what that is, I'm happy to say more about it. But my intention was to make sure that other people wouldn't have to face that same loneliness and confusion. I've watched friends and neighbors here in Healdsburg navigate unnecessary trauma on top of the trauma of a loved one dying, simply because they hadn't considered the moment. They hadn't put in place the arrangements or shared important information about their wishes to those who would find themselves in the role of attending to their care. And that's what sparked my idea for a place that people could turn to for trustworthy information, guidance, and support around end-of-life needs. It's the impetus for promoting this compassionate community initiative. It's aimed at this vulnerable time in people's lives. I'm deeply grateful to the Community Services Department, Director Themig and his team, and Garrett, Anna, and Jacqueline for their receptivity and support for the creation of an end-of-life resource center. And I have been so fortunate to collaborate with community members on your Senior Advisory Commission who are here tonight, both Cindy Brown and Barbara Erickson. And what we've done together over the last 8 months is shape the right version of a program for our community. The council's adoption of this pilot program as one of its goals for 2025, it was stewarded by Councilman Edwards, has given the program the validation and endorsement it needs to garner additional support and resources. And so tonight we're happy to share with you the program development work that we've done and we're ready to move forward with your consent. You can go to the next slide. What I'm prepared to do tonight is give you a little bit of an insight into what we've been up to, the people and partnerships that we've been interacting with, the program and service offerings that we've come up with that we think will be a good fit for the needs in our community, some of the operational realities that we've problem solved to be able to be ready to actually begin doing instead of talking about and designing something. And we'll share with you also the funding and sustainability reality and how we see the future in that regard. Next slide. So you know that the Senior Citizen Advisory Commission endorsed this program in February, and it established it as one of its goals for what it would like to see programmatically happening. And then obviously that was followed by all of your involvement and endorsement as well. And we've been working with this community group that is comprised of both senior center staff members. So it's Anna and Jacqueline, and Cindy and Barbara and I have met every other week since April. And what we've been doing in that time is coming together and reporting on what we're discovering, talking together about what we think, sharing information about people, resources, and services to be able to shape what we think will be most useful in Healdsburg. And building the necessary alliances and coming to understand the territory that will need to be navigated to be a player, if you will, in what we call the death care arena, and that is a term that we all use. And so in the death care world here in the county, there are government agencies like the Area Agency on Aging and its attendant departments and services. There are individuals who are out there hanging out a shingle, being willing to be supportive and helpful for a fee in a consultative kind of way. Our senior centers throughout the county, it was really interesting to become more aware of, well, what are they doing? What is currently happening? Because that's the basic question we've asked ourselves from the beginning. What's out there that we can emulate and replicate so we don't reinvent the wheel with what's working? And fortunately, the death care arena right now is a pretty open source community. People are incredibly generous and sharing and supportive. And so we've benefited enormously from that. What I will tell you is that there is no one offering this kind of program or service anywhere. Not a municipality, not a nonprofit. There are nonprofit organizations that provide coaching and provide services, and there are individuals in practice with whom one can interact. But this kind of a community-based effort, which is how we've begun, we're looking at drawing on what are the assets in this community. And we're kind of fortunate in Healdsburg because, as you know, a lot of people chose this place, came from somewhere else. I'm certainly one of them. I've been here 20 years now, and I still consider myself a newbie. But people come to enjoy a chapter of life most frequently when they're no longer working, and they see this as a great place to enjoy all of what this area offers. But when that vibrancy is no longer there, people are not co-located with their loved ones in the way that we might have been decades ago. The assumptions that people make about what kind of support and resources will be available to them when the time comes often find themselves either bereft of information or of people at the ready to provide that kind of support. So we've been really paying a lot of attention, and it's been interesting how much this has magnetized people raising their hands in community. Hi, I'm a retired hospice chaplain. I'm a retired palliative care physician. I'm a retired nurse. I want to help. I've been paying attention to so-and-so, and boy, do they need that. So we aren't actually advertising, God knows, but in the kind of chatter in the community, the different kinds of resources that are already available to mobilize have been presenting themselves. And this is just an illustrative list of the territory that we've been covering. You can go to the next slide. And what we've come up with then is a program that we are calling When the Time Comes. Its intention, and it's at the center of this graphic on the left, is it's about peace of mind. It's about peace of mind now and when the time comes. And for me, in this moment where anxiety in general is at an all-time high, I think for a lot of people, geriatric anxiety is through the roof. And when we have people who are also increasingly contending with dementia, the risk of isolation, the risk of people not being aware of people's circumstance and people deteriorating more than they might, there's a whole host of things that are different demographically now in our community. So our intention was to look at how can we support peace of mind? And we're looking at 3 domains of activity. We're looking at wanting to equip people with the information that they need to make choices that might give someone the possibility of having the experience they'd like to have at the end of life. We're wanting to make sure people are aware of the options that are available to them. What does our legal system require? What does our medical system require? And most often, people don't know that until they confront it. And then they're in a moment of crisis. And it's a really horrible time to have to sift through really important decisions, as we know. I often talk about it like, it's like our disaster planning efforts. You know, you don't wait till the fire's at your door to decide what you're taking with you. You can, but you might make some crappy decisions, right? So if you give yourself the benefit of a little bit of forethought now, you have the possibility of a different experience when the time comes. So we're looking at how do we support people to be able to make choices on their own behalf? How do we help people navigate the journey? What is it that we can do to be a resource when the time comes? When you need people, when you need compassion, when you need understanding. And then the third domain is what can we do to support people who are contending with loss? So how do we offer grief and bereavement support? And what are the ways we can help people navigate all that's involved in estate settlement? And most people also don't know the bureaucratic hurdles until they confront them. And so our aim is peace of mind. But I want to acknowledge that in truth, what the overarching thinking we've been doing is what are all the ways that we can activate compassion? What are all the ways that we can give people an opportunity to be who they are already in this community? We have a really caring community. People show up for each other. We know that. But we're looking at making it based on not you have the right friends, but you know where to turn. And there's a reliable resource. And that everyone can have access to the kind of support that can make a difference. And so we're looking at activating compassion. We're seeing this as a service the city is going to be able to offer to, again, demonstrate that it cares about the people who live here. And 1/3 of our population is over 65, as you may well know. So part of this is about getting out ahead of what will be a lot of leaving in the next few decades. And then lastly, for everyone to have the opportunity to give and be given to create a mechanism for that kind of reciprocity, that kind of exchange in community that we know matters in a whole lot of other domains. It happens all the time here. And yet in this one, it's the one that's hidden. It's the one that's quieter. It's the one that's less exposed and less understood. So the program, When the Time Comes, is designed to attend to all of those bigger picture aims, if you will. You can go to the next slide. So the 3 kind of domains of program and service offering look like this. What we've identified is there are a lot of resources, people resources in this community. Much like Sonoma County itself, they're kind of provincial and they're in pockets all over the place. And what we're looking at is a way that we might weave those together into a system of support. So for example, offering informational sessions. People could come and we're looking at, and you'll hear me say this later, that we're looking at these being available in different venues, doing some at the library, doing some at the senior center. The city has a number of spaces that we could make use of given the city's sponsorship of the program. There's a series that's called Dying to Talk About It, a woman in Sebastopol who convenes conversations that bring people together and give them a space to talk about whatever their issues and concerns are about end of life. We want to do workshops that help people get their paperwork done, not just say it's a good idea to have an advance directive. This is what it looks like. We're going to have them. We're going to sit down and say, let's go through it. Let's help you get it done and get it in the hands of those who need to have it so that it can actually do what it's intended to do for you. We have ways. I'm trained in medical aid in dying and in end-of-life choices, and there are presentations that we can give that will help people better understand what their options are. This world is changing fast in the death care space. There's a lot of evolution happening, and so there are more choices. And most people are unaware until they confront it. We want to help people with things like getting your act together and getting your home cleared out. You know, you may have heard of Swedish death cleaning, the kinds of things that unburden others. When elders say, I don't want to be a burden, the best way not to be one is to take care of your business. And so we're going to give people a chance to not burden the people they care about, on whom they're relying to care for them, to the best of their ability. So a whole host of things that can be done that support people's understanding of the choices that they have and help them with preparedness, help them help others when the time comes too. We talk about earlier is kinder. It's a way to show others that you really care about them, is that you're giving them everything they need to not be burdened when the time comes. We're looking at a whole host of practical support opportunities as well. We're envisioning there's one role of a person to coordinate these kinds of services. This is kind of a social work casework model. And so there's a role of a compassion coordinator. And full disclosure, that'll be me to get it started. I'm going to kind of build this out and kind of we're going to use the pilot nature of this starting to be able to kind of find out, well, how much is needed? You know, is this a couple hours a week? Is this a equivalent half-time level of effort? We really don't know what the demand will be or what kind of effort will be required. In the beginning, it'll take some investment to get everything launched, but there'll be a role of a compassion coordinator. We're looking at also creating a network of volunteers, as I said, who'll be willing to drive and bring meals and sit vigil or whatever it may be, calling them compassion agents. But again, a system where those who are interested can very transparently indicate, I'm willing to help, and people who have needs can say, I can't get to my prescription today. Is there someone who could pick it up? And there would be someone who was available that morning who would fill that need. So we're looking at a system of volunteerism that helps match giver to those who need to be given to. We're going to be offering grief and bereavement sessions. There is nowhere in Healdsburg right now that one can go for grief and bereavement support. People go to Cloverdale or Santa Rosa currently. So we're going to begin to offer grief and bereavement support groups as well. And then when it comes to doula services, an end-of-life doula provides non-clinical support. And a way of thinking about it is that if someone, whether they have a medical condition or not, that is ending their life, one can be involved in hospice, and hospice is an incredibly valuable support system for anyone with a terminal diagnosis. And it's a Medicare benefit, and it has its limits in terms of what it actually can provide. Doulas are people who are the person who holds your hand and the person who listens and the person who really wants to know, what do you need to be at peace when the time comes, and then helps that to happen. It's the person who knows there's a plan and helps make sure your plan is carried out in the way that you would like. It's a human support system, and it kind of wraps around and complements what hospice can do. But a doula is someone who understands the process of end of life, who has a comfort level with it, and who can be available to support individuals and their care system. And so we're looking at, there are a lot of doulas in Sonoma County. We're building a roster of different service providers so that we can engage them, but we're looking at making the connection, helping people make the connection to the kind of support that would serve them best. And then there's supporting people with end-of-life celebration. I've designed a number of those for people here in this community, just celebrations of life that truly honor the individual in the way that they would like that to happen. Another dimension of what we've been paying attention to is equity of access. Equity of access in death care is a huge issue in our country, largely related to socioeconomic realities, but also cultural preferences and differences. And our funerary industry is very, for lack of a better word, it has a mainstream to it in a lot of ways. And people often find barriers to getting the kind of support and service that they need in this arena. And what we wanted to make sure we did here in Healdsburg, particularly as it relates to our Spanish-speaking population, was that we didn't go and just design something and then translate everything into Spanish and kind of do that crosswalk. We really wanted to pay attention to what is the culturally appropriate way to approach end of life and not make assumptions that what we might do is a sort of one size fits all, because that definitely isn't true. And we went to Corazon and had a conversation about, here's the intention of this kind of program and service. What would be a way that that could be appropriately implemented for the community and residents that you serve? And that collaborative conversation revealed that while we're all familiar with Dia de Muertos, because it is a day of communing with ancestors, there's actually a pretty significant cultural taboo to talking about death, particularly in Mexican cultures, one of the things that we were told. And they felt that the portal into this arena was through the grief and bereavement track, because that is what walks in the door at Corazon. In the Family Resource Center, when a member of the family, and particularly the wage earner, dies, or is injured and taken out of job and so on and ultimately dies. That's a particular kind of trauma for a family in that circumstance. But there's also just the recognition of Indigenous ritual and Indigenous practice and beliefs and so on. And it turned out we were really fortunate. You can go to the next slide. I began to look for resources that could attend to other than English language instruction and support. And we've identified a group in Berkeley that does Indigenous death ritual support work. They're called Floripondio, and there's a Latina doula on the peninsula that I've interacted with. And so it's pretty exciting to have found the ingredients to put together a culturally relevant program. And at the same time, we were interacting with Amy Ramirez at the Healthcare Foundation, and she suggested that we put together a little proposal description for an offering that would attend to grief and bereavement and build capacity in community for holding grief and bereavement. And we did. We put together a program proposal that would train Corazon staff to be more comfortable and competent in receiving grief and bereavement issues when they come in the door. And we can do that with the senior center staff as well, because they'll need it also. And to be able to build capacity among the promotoras to be community-based grief workers and to ultimately equip them with doula skills if they're interested. And we put a proposal together because Amy is on the board of the Providence Hospice Foundation, and she knew that this might be a really attractive program offered to them. And so we were successful in winning the financial support from them for 2 years to implement this program in Spanish. There are not any Spanish language-based doula training programs in the country, and I'm talking with the International End-of-Life Doula Association because they're just getting ready to design theirs, and we might be their pilot group. I mean, it's kind of fun to watch what's sparking around it because our interest and our mobilizing on it can align really well with some of the development that's going on out in the death care world. So we're going to be looking forward to attending in that way. And Jacqueline is going to take the lead on the stewardship of that program as well, which will be really lovely. And there was a great conversation with Corazon staff about how this would further the goals that we've had for more integration of the use of senior center services by Spanish-speaking community and it being a place that people feel comfortable and welcome. And so we're looking at how we do some better crosswalk around that. You can go to the next slide. So here are some of the infrastructure and operations issues that we tackled, and we're just going to tick through these pretty quickly. We needed to have a way to manage the kind of case management and the volunteer system and the offering of different programs and events. And we found an online tool that we think will be ideal. And we're going to be looking into it and talking with IT about the viability of implementing that program to support. It kind of maps perfectly to the programmatic profile of this. We're looking at creating a space in the senior center, but this doesn't need an office. There's not going to be 200 people showing up suddenly clamoring at the door, right? So we're going to create a place that people know there will be resources. We're building a lending library. We have forums, we have info, and I'll be there for some hours, that we'll look at what makes sense as we get going, but we might pop up in other places in town and be at the community center or be at the library. We're going to see what works. But we really want to meet people where they are. I mean, metaphorically and literally, right? Again, using the city spaces will be really, really wonderful. And then the city hosting does provide all of the sort of back office administrative support. So we'll get all of our administrative needs, obviously, well supported by the senior center systems. And we're really, really fortunate here that the city already implemented DASH. That is a huge asset in terms of not needing to climb that mountain around all the things you needed to around liability and so on and so forth. So we're going to be able to piggyback on the DASH system, and we've got some, the history of volunteerism, and we're going to be able to amplify that through this program. Next slide. So the funding realities that we've been dealing with. When I initially had this idea and brought it to Anna and to community services, my personal intention was to bring an idea and money. And I did. Got a grant from the Community Foundation for $25,000, which has funded the work that we've done thus far. So we've been able to build and scope out the program, identify all of these operational issues, get all the different resource people lined up. We're sort of, the pieces are in place to make the puzzle complete. And those funds will be exhausted at the end of this calendar year. What we're looking at next, go ahead, is as I said, the funding we got from the Providence Hospice Foundation is $75,000 a year for 2 years. And that money is dedicated to that grief and bereavement capacity building and grief group offering work. So it won't cover everything that we do, but it's an awesome infusion to be able to start with. And that funding is supposed to be released to us in January. Beyond that, we've done an operating budget, and we know that there's some first year costs to just get materials and supplies and get things launched. You can go ahead and click through, Raina. And so our estimation at this point is that we think it might be about $55K a year to run this thing. And we're going to learn from doing. But the first year includes an initial investment in these materials and resources. Once all of that is up and running and we have our volunteer system running and we have our people dialed in, the annual cost should really only be for whatever hours we think is needed for a coordinator. And then if this technology resource becomes the viable one, there'll be some fees over time. And it's quite nominal, I will tell you. But we're looking at the true cost revealing itself in what we're thinking of as a first 6-month pilot. We're going to do it and learn from it and pay a lot of attention to what it really takes and dial it in accordingly. Next slide. We are also, and I'm personally really committed to creating a mechanism where the community can indicate its support for this as well. So again, if it's going to be a community-based program, and we have a number of examples of where the city's done that historically, where it's invited community contribution, like when we did the gazebo, like when we did the open space up on Fitch Mountain, right? We created a fund where the community could contribute to it and the city uses it and it's a beautiful thing. And this is going to be another one of those beautiful things. So we're going to be able to make use of a similar mechanism. There's an existing fund that allows us to be able to just dedicate, it becomes a 501c3 repository through the Community Foundation, Sonoma County. So any one of you would be able to make a donation to the When the Time Comes fund, and those monies would be devoted directly to the operation of the program. And those funds are dispersed only with the permission of the fund advisors who are already members of the Senior Advisory Commission. So we have it all sort of administratively set up pretty cleanly, we think, in a way that will work well. And I'm personally very eager. This is close to being administratively set up so we can execute on it. And the very first thing I'm doing is sending out an email with a solicitation before the end of the year, because there are people who said they want to help and they're ready. So we're hustling as fast as we can to make that mechanism available. Next slide. So this is how we imagine beginning. We know that we need to get that technology resource resolved so that we can get the administrative infrastructure in place to be able to run everything. So that'll be an early and important task. And then it'll be about building visibility. This is not a press release, ribbon cutting, woohoo thing. This is quieter. It's more intimate. And I'm going to be going out to every single physician, every single therapist, every single financial planner, every single estate planner, like walking the streets of this beautiful place to just make sure people are aware, because they're the ones who are going to be in the best position to let people know that there's a resource available. Putting together this roster of resource specialists so we can begin to make connections for people. And again, continuing to just ensure that we are dialed into the web of the people and resources that'll be needed when people have a need when the time comes. Go ahead. So if we begin in January, we're imagining starting with the Dying to Talk About It series and beginning to let the conversation happen. A goal is kind of to increase death literacy, if you will, that there's an ease and comfort in talking about it. We're going to establish a grief and bereavement group. The money that should be coming from the grant in January, we'll be able to begin to program all of that. We've been invited to do a session hosted at 222 as part of Sally Hubbell's What Moves You series. I'm just going to start saying yes to everything, just haven't been, it's like we're not doing yet. I'm like a thoroughbred at the gate ready to go, but we've got it mapped out pretty well, I think, for a nice on-ramp to people being aware and people taking advantage of this service. And it's going to be a pretty incredible thing for the city to make available to its residents. That's pretty much the whole thing. I have a one-pager that I've given to Raina, so if any of you are interested, this is a really brief, concise capture of what the program is that you all can take with you as a remembrance of all the things I've just blathered out to you. Thank you very, very much for your support.
So what you have is an opportunity for the city to provide beyond the fun activities that we do at the senior center, a level of compassion and comfort, and specifically peace of mind for end-of-life planning and future decisions. And the recommended action today was to receive our fantastic update that you just received, although I am biased, it is fantastic. And to direct staff on launching this program potentially. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's amazing and very, very impressive and important. Thank you so much for that. Do council have questions, comments? Ariel?
Just a comment. I mean, I think obviously it's a really thorough presentation that's evaluating and looking at providing a suite of resources that I think are really sorely needed. And I think as someone who has navigated this personally and has some professional expertise in it, I think there's a huge need. And Healdsburg, as we continue to be an aging population, and we've been a very welcoming community to active adults, that this is going to be a really important element as our community continues to age, and really knowing that a lot of these resources don't currently exist, which is kind of shocking that they don't exist. But I think because of that, it really creates an opportunity for the city to partner and provide these resources in a meaningful way that I think the senior center already is providing so many amazing community resources. But as you know, you're seeing your residents, your members really having this need. And some folks don't even know they have the need, and they may even stumble into the conversation, and it will be, a beautiful thing to have that opportunity. So I just want to say, thank you for endeavoring, into this work. I think it's wonderful that the commission has embraced this with open arms, and I'm hopeful that the community will as well. And just knowing, navigating the loss of my father and the lack of resources that existed in Healdsburg and in the community, both for on the preparation and then on the grief side, I think it'll be a wonderful, welcome addition to our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, thank you. It's very well thought out, and really appreciate all the effort you put into it, all the heart you put into it, and experience that went into it as well. This isn't just about mental health, but that's sort of at the core of it, and it echoes what Marcy Flores said at the beginning of this meeting, so many hours ago, about the need and a rising need for attention to mental health issues, and it usually seems to be the last thing that anybody seems to care about or devote any energy to. When it comes to community, sometimes within a family, within a city, it just doesn't always get the attention and the resources that it deserves. And so it's really a delight, really, to see this happening. I mean, and you can't think of anything more universal than death. Everybody's going to pass away, and we're all going to know people who pass away. And so there's nothing controversial about the need here. And so I think it's a great way for us as a community to direct our resources emotionally, financially, and so on. And so thank you for giving shape to something that's going to help a lot of people out, and it's going to help people to find a way to give and to care too, which I think is another great gift that this brings to the community.
Okay. So, well, let me open this up to public comment first then. Does anybody want to? No? Okay, so I'll bring it back. And do you want to make comments now?
Yeah, I think that this is an incredible, as Healdsburg grows and we look at our community aging, we're an active aging community, that how can you have active aging without this component? I think that this is something that as people move here for those final golden years, and just knowing that our community has taken the time to put something together like this, because as Councilman Harrod says, we don't get away without this. We're all going to have to face this, and having gone through this with my father, my grandmother, and now going through it with a good friend who hasn't prepared. I mean, we want to think that we're going to live forever. And I mean, the Swedish death cleaning, that is an amazing, I mean, just those little things of, you know, as I say, our kids don't want our stuff anymore. And so it's really an important, we're at a different time, and looking at this program where we are currently in society is just an incredible. And Taya's done, and Anna have done a great job on this, watching this program grow as seeing the need of people needing these. And for our community to be able to have this as a service is just really reassuring and can let people feel comfortable in their home, because more and more people want to be comfortable in their home. And this will allow people to be more comfortable in their home. And I just can't think of a better place to have a program start like this. And as you said, we should pat ourselves on the back, pat you on the back for coming up with something that it doesn't exist in some communities. And, or if you have lots of money, you can have access to this. I mean, it's been available, you know, if you want to pay an attorney, pay staff, you know, they will gladly take your money and set this up. But if you're not in that situation, there are a lot of us here who are here because we've owned our homes for a while and don't have that kind of access, and to know that this is available. And I'm glad that, I hope that everybody sees the value that this can add to our community. It's just an amazing program.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Hagley.
Yeah, I want to first acknowledge and thank Councilmember Edwards for suggesting this to get on our goals, and the working with our senior center staff and everybody. Just, you know, the cleaning thing, the Swedish cleaning. Like, you know, my wife's grandma passed away, and it's stuff you don't even think about. And so I appreciate, you know, like that kind of stuff just makes me realize how much that I'm just not aware of, and how valuable this program is, because I have a feeling a lot more people are unaware of some of these things that you face. And, you know, you kind of talked about it when you first started out, and you kind of talked about it where, you know, when these things happen and you're in the middle of grief and everything, it's a lot to deal with. I did want to highlight something that I really appreciated. And I just want to kind of mention, you talked about culturally appropriate or something like that. And culture is intertwined with religion. And, you know, as a city, we need to be careful about separation of church and state. And I really appreciated, I think it was on the following slide, you talked about outreach to the faith communities. And so, you know, I grew up in Japan, and, you know, a lot of Buddhists there. And again, the culture, it's intertwined with their religion or what they believe in, or our indigenous cultures. But I really appreciate that aspect. And what I'm envisioning is, you know, like St. John is a very, I mean, they do two church services, huge Catholic population. But when somebody is going through something like this, that they can look to the city of Healdsburg for the resources, whether it's the legal, or how about preparing and getting rid of some of the stuff. And, you know, just, I think everything that's here is great. And I mean, from a cost standpoint, it seems like a relative bargain based on everything that we've been talking about tonight. And so I thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the work. I think, yeah, this is something that we can be proud of, that it's something that, I mean, this speaks to who we are as in Healdsburg, you know, whether we're trying to use the DASH program to make sure every single senior is accounted for during an evacuation. And when the time comes to pass on, we've also got you. So thank you.
So yes, thank you again. And I think that the council is definitely directing staff to launch the When the Time Comes program. Please.
You need a vote?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you staying so late too and doing all of that. Thank you, all of you. Okay, so on to the last thing on the agenda, council reports on matters of interest occurring since previous regular meeting, expense reimbursement reports. Start with Ron. How's that?
Just there was a ribbon cutting at Marietta Cellars last week. It was very nice to see a new, vibrant, and really haven't seen this a lot of really a fully embraced business that wasn't just there to do the ribbon cutting for those of us who show up to get our photo taken, but to have a lot of staff. This is only the second one of those that a winery that's open that has had their staff there. And that was really, it really made it important. It really showed the connection that the owners have to contributing to this community, being good members of this community. And it was just really a nice, different type of ribbon cutting.
That's awesome. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, I agree. It was there. It was different, and I really value those people, that business, and their culture. So that it was a great event. The only other thing I have to report on is I did a short presentation for church service for the Shared Ministries people, which happened at the Good Shepherd Church, and it was great to hear about that program, which has been going on since the 70s, and was really the start of food assistance in Healdsburg. When three faith leaders got together, which was a little unheard of in those days, I guess. Hearing from some of the old folks who were there who told me about it, I knew those people, and they were very prominent in our community, and they started something that endures to this day. And so it was great to celebrate that and to acknowledge it and to share the city's support of the work that they're doing.
That's great. Thank you. Ariel?
I attended the Healdsburg Turkey Trot. It was awesome. There were thousands of people there, and it's so fun to see our community come out in that way and support the Live Like Drew Scholarship Fund. So, and then just had a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday with friends and family.
That's great. Good way to spend time.
I had the
Okay.
honor of DJing the turkey trot, which was fun. I got the smiling faces, and then the second everybody leaves, it's freezing cold because there's no body heat around you. But yeah, that was a great event. The other thing that I wanted to highlight was I reached out to the local realtors, the Healdsburg North Bay Association of Realtors, and they have their meeting on Thursdays up at Taman Park right now, and that'll be moving up to the Villa starting in January. But this time of year, there's not a whole lot on their tour, and so I'm asked, would you like our city manager and housing director to come do a little presentation on all the income restricted units coming online, because the realtors are ground zero for any knowledge of who's moving into town, who's needing to relocate out of town. And when I'd suggested it, they were really excited about just knowing, because they're realtors. And Stephen gave a great presentation. They'd given him, say, 15 minutes. And I think he went, 45 minutes with questions that were very specific and to the property. He talked about each of the developments that are coming online, talked about the qualification, because I go to those meetings and I'll hear all the time, like, I've got a teacher that's living in a garage. They're paying their budget's about $2,000 a month. If anybody has anything available, let me know. Like, those kind of wants and needs things come up all the time. And that's what kind of triggered, like, okay, well, we have all these units coming online with our local preference. They have a lot of people that reach out looking for places to live in town. So it had a lot of really good feedback. And we talked about when, the units are available, then putting it on the broker tour. So the brokers are going to actually tour it to see, like, this unit is in this AMI range, so people can start to visualize. And, it helps if they hear of somebody and then what's the process to get them in those units. So I felt it was a very valuable meeting, and I mean, pretty much had the entire meeting, and it was packed. I don't think anybody was going to show, and then word kind of got out that we were doing this, and I bet you there's over 100 people there, is my estimate. Yeah. So, but I mean, what do I know about counting? I'd like to look at everyone, but that's my report.
So I had a nice Thanksgiving too with family, but I also before that got to go with Tom Campbell and Mark Thiemig to Napa to receive the North Bay Business Journal Award. Excellence in Construction Awards 2025, Best North Bay Community Impact Project Foley Family Community Pavilion. So when I have this on camera, and this will be the first piece of art that goes into the Foley Family Pavilion.
What's the value? Is it approved?
I think the value is like $2 million. So anyway, that's all I have. So we'll